Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. It is me, the friendly local neighbor Zenosfire, back again for more Warframe shenanigans. How are y'all doing today? What are y'all doing? How you doing, Rainy? Hey, what's up, Rogue? Good to see you again, Iron. Hello, Zaza. Sup with you? How you doing, Electron? What's up? Hey, Night Owl. Welcome back, Cardi. Hi, Sophia. Evil. How you doing, Rainy? Hello, hello. Forklift. What's up? Sorry, don't mind me. I'm a little half asleep today. I ran out of coffee, and Zeno's bills are very large this month, so Zeno's is gonna be not drinking any caffeine for a few days. I don't know if I'll survive. I don't think I will. Oh, this is not what I'm looking for here. Hey, Rune, how you doing? Elon Musk is what I'm referring to as apartheid Clyde. Screw that guy. Hope you're doing well. Just at work. Do you ask quickly to see on my son-in-law clause? What do you mean by that? Do you mean Sunika clause? Because if you're looking for my Sunika stuff, it's there in that build. Hey, broski, good to see you again. Your most OP build yet? What's that? Hey, Nicken. Ah, Valley, what you up to? All right, y'all know what we gotta do. We got some dailies. Who would like to join us? We're gonna find out the date, hopefully, of the next Prime Access this Friday, so we need to get our reputations all maximumed. You joined from Steely's, just gotta log in. Alrighty, so we got a few spots, if anybody would like to join us for our dailies. No, that's not Gyro Prime, that's just another Volt deluxe skin. That's just yet another Volt deluxe skin. Definitely not Gyro Prime. 10,000% Volt deluxe. You want a Loki rework? Well, maybe we'll see a Loki rework, or maybe there will never. Loki's getting deleted from the game, maybe. Trying to get those shrooms as heavy damage as possible? Yeah, I did a war build as well. It was quite good. It was very strong. Hey, Norse, how you doing? Okay, we got room for 2 for Steel Meridian dailies. Who would like to join? Cardi, you said you were around. Oh, but you're not online yet. Echo doesn't seem to be around yet today. Game is slow? Well, stop being slow, Cardi. What the heck? Alright, what do we got here? Just drinking your coffee? Oh, I'm on tea for the next few days. What are we looking for here? We're looking for... we're looking for Nova. Going off my build, you said you comments you swapped off the magnetic claw mods. Didn't recommend what one you swapped it off with. Great question. Sonika. The nice thing is that I have access to all my shorts at my fingertips. Oh, I screwed that one up too. It was over Bloodthirst on that build. The Bloodthirst mod on the claw build, or replace that with the magnetic mod. AR Cardi. Bow, 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 bow. Cardi. There you are. Okay. Who would like to join? We're gonna go do Steel Meridian dailies first, and then we'll go do Cephalon Suda. And then we're gonna spend some time doing some build crafting today, because I need to work on a few things. We're gonna have a nice chill, buildy, crafty day. Maybe. Just maybe though. If you give me a minute to log in, yeah, we can take a minute here. Build, exactly. We gotta work on I got a few ideas for different builds I want to work on. You're running a cold right now? Oh no. Make sure to drink your water, everybody. Your LADS pulls? What is LADS pulls? Oh, Love in Deep Space. Seek help, Cardi. Seek help. You need to find help. I don't know what kind of help, but you need help. Okay, Night Owl. You're not online yet. You're still wearing shorts? I mean, I wear shorts as long as possible because I hate pants. Pants were made by the bourgeoisie to try to keep you down. Pants are evil. That's why I only work with YouTube shorts, not YouTube pants. Meh. Do 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 do. So I think what I want to work on today is Oberon builds, a Harrow build, a Kulovo build. That's kind of where I'm looking at today of what I want to work on. I got some ideas. You're sick but eating Halloween candy because you're an adult. There you go. There you go. Live your best life. We got to get our rep up so that we can bank all of our tokens for the next Prime Access that's coming soon. Oh, and for whoever was asking, you're starting earlier. That's probably just daylight savings time is what you're experiencing. You may live in a place where there's not daylight savings time, but here in Canada, we do daylight savings time for unknown stupid reasons. It's dumb. We all hate it, but we all just can't say no because we have to deal with the people to our south and they're still on daylight savings time. So it may seem to be earlier for you, but it's the same time for me. I think that's a candy back there. It is. Yeah, daylight savings time is stupid. It's such a waste of everything. I despise daylight savings time with a fiery burning passion. Daylight savings time is dumb, and its whole existence is dumb, and it shouldn't be a thing. And its reason for existing is stupid. And it's not actually the reason, because there was no evidence behind their reason of, like, if we do daylight savings time, that'll save us a whole bunch of energy. And they did it during the energy crisis during the 70s and 80s, and it was dumb. And it's not a real thing. There was just a dono for QTCC? I didn't see it. No, I'm so sorry. My apologies. My alerts have been acting up again. One moment, kind donator, and I will find out what was donated. Thank you for making sure that I saw that, Dova. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me pull up the old Tiltify there. Hey, Octo, how you doing? Techno Fuzz for the $40. Thank you so much. That means we'll be getting a giveaway started here in a little bit, as thanks for the donation. And later on today, we'll do the randomizing of our loadout. Thank you very much, Techno, for the $40. That is very, very kind of you. Hey, Dave, how you doing today? Just rolled a full 60. Heck yeah! What weapon was it on, Rainy? Hey, Jack, how you doing today? Twin Stubbas. Ooh, I like the Twin Stubbas. They're fun. Hey, Nestor, how you doing today? You'll miss the givey? Well, that's okay. Not a worry. Nova's the best Warframe? I don't know if she's the best, but she's certainly fantastic. Finally completed your first Steel Path circuit. Nice. How did it go? Just doing a little MR grinding, have no forma, and you don't want to use your plat to rush? Yeah, that's fair. I'm not really, like, someone who likes to do that either, but if you got the spare blueprints, it is more cost-effective to use your, platinum to rush the blueprints than purchase, the pack, if you've got the spare. Hey, Pizza, been a while, how you doing? Despair and Hate Incarnates. Ooh, both very good. Well, I've heard that the Despair one is good. I've never really messed around with the Despair one personally, but I do know that the Hate one is very good. Neat, you hit a 10 streak, heck yeah. I wonder who's gonna have the highest streak. There'll be someone out there who's got like 170 stream streak one day. All right, Techno, you take care. Thank you so much for the donation. That is very, very kind of you to the quest to conquer cancer. I appreciate you.
Objective is secure. Let's go home.
Hey, Dr. Dazzy, how you doing? All right, what do we got for our next one here? Exterminate or spy. So Zaku for both. Let's go with the exterminate first. You have Despair and Hate Incarnate, and you love them both, but the Despair is easier to trigger than the Hate. Well, the Hate, you just need to get up to a 6-time combo counter, and I think the Hate actually has a increasing your combo counter per hit evolution, which makes it much faster as well. Or it has an evolution that allows you to do it on only 3 times combo counter. How are you meant to play Sevagoth effectively? You get the augments for his first and second ability and you spam them. That is typically the way that most people play Sevagoth these days. Oh, there was a candy right here. That's how most people play, but of course, depending on how you want to play, you can make some adjustments to that. Like, for instance, I like running the shade side of stuff. Or the shadow. So I play around more with the shadow with my build. Doing good, just started college back in August, and you've been doing quite well aside from web design part of the course, which has been pure agony. Oh no. Well, I'm glad to hear that school's going well for you, Pizza. You find the playstyle of Sevagoth boring? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Sevagoth personally. But he is very, very good as a high damage nuking frame. You have an idea of how health tanking can work if there would be an ability or arcane augment that turns damage into direct dot? I don't think that would solve health tanking. Because then you would just accumulate a huge dot on you that would just end up causing you to die. Right? Because if that's like the damage is accumulative, then I think that would cause some problems. Hey Siren, how you doing today? Sevagoth Prime for a while? Yeah, Sevagoth is very good. High damage frame, great survivability through his passive, if you're good at it. How can you get lots of energy for Wukong? If you have Arcane Battery, that's a very good option for that. Arcane Battery gives you energy based off your armor values, and with Wukong's high armor values and Defy, if you're using Defy natively with not helmeting over it, then Defy will grant you a big chunk of armor, which then you can, of course, turn into energy. I find Wukong doesn't really need all that much energy above the 500 necessary for the Violet Archon shards, but at the end of the day, it's always personal preference. Been farming to very mats for the last 2 hours. Just so you don't have to do it again to get the more incarnate weapons. That's fair. Do I play Magic the Gathering? Nah, I haven't played Magic the Gathering since like the original Morodin set. Or the one just after the Morodin set. Also, thanks to the college, you finally have a D&D group. Ooh, very nice. What are you playing in your D&D group? I need to get Inros Prime next month because I was a major Inros fan until they did what they did. Oh, I like Inros better now after his rework. His rework, I think, is much better. He's a much more fun frame to me, at least. Tomorrow, getting your first Prime, Goss Prime? Heck yeah! Congrats! That is awesome to hear. If anyone has said anything, there's a reactor catalyst alert right now. Ooh, that's good to know. We'll be doing that in a bit. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. See you in a second. Hi! It's your first time tuning in. Welcome on in. How you doing? Have I built a fully caster frame style with citrine with a subsume over her fourth? I have not yet. But if you're looking to go with that sort of side of it, you can just go down. I gotta go up here. They usually like to hide stuff up here. Hey, Dr. Evil, thank you so much for the 4 months Prime. Appreciate the heck out of you. Oh, do they not hide any candy up here? Oh, this is a spy mission. For some reason, I thought this was a defense. Huh, that was a noise. Sorry, give me 1 second. I just got a little bit distracted by this mission here. For the caster citrine question, I've seen a few people run a few different abilities on her for caster. Probably one of the more popular ones is utilizing null stars for increasing your survivability as well as casting, which is very, very powerful for that. Another one that I've seen a lot of people use is, of course, Breach Surge, because all of the status effects and status damage that she applies with her Prismatic Companion allows for Breach Surge to activate constantly and massively on people. So that's another way that I've seen a lot of people go for it. So those would be like the sort of 2 big ones I think I've seen. How you been doing today, Dr. Evil? Still working on coding adventures? Would I personally go for health conversion on Inros? Probably I would, yeah. Health conversion's a very useful, very, very useful for if you're needing just like a flat armor increase. Inros does have relatively fairly low armor, like baseline armor, but he also does have his third ability, which generates armor for him. Your school is Madurai. You've seen Warframe veteran who can teleport with her operator. That is probably just Void Dash. Every operator can do that. And that is just by doing control and jump. So whatever your crouch and slide button is, plus your jump. Does that. I assume is what you're talking about. Managing some stocks, end of the month, good time to sell for income funds. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Have you been watching Berkshire Hathaway? They sense blood in the water. They're stocking up their cash reserves. Only Canadian funds due to the tax advantage? Ah, I see, I see. I just sort of like watch whatever Berkshire Hathaway is doing and like, okay, what are you all doing? Because they're just like a very good gauge of what people think the market's going to be like because they're so cautious.
Retrieval was successful.
So like if they think that there's going to be economic turmoil, they'll start selling their portfolios and just getting a huge cash reserve, which is kind of a neat thing. When you use your operator, you shoot out some laser beam. You just may not have finished the quest in order to unlock that aspect. That's what that sounds like, Siren. Keep playing the story quests and you'll get that ability unlocked. Hey, Nada, how you doing? Oh.
Have everything we came for. Get to it.
Oh. Might be a weird question. Is possibility one day having build videos preserve the core ability kit of a Warframe while maximizing its potential? Yeah, I've got a bunch of those. Actually, depending on the frame. Noko, I've got a no helmets build out on the channel. Harrow, I've got a no helmets build out on the channel, I believe. I don't know how to get into there, but if you know how to get in there, there's apparently 2 candies hiding. And this is one of the rooms that I always forget about how to get in, so I'm gonna go sit over by extract. And if you know how to get in there, then all the power to you. A Tabaxi uses Possessed Umbrella as her spell focus. And in the first session, one of our eight party members got used a battering ram to open an unlocked wooden door and then proceeded to murder the seemingly innocent goblins behind the door. And then 6 out of 8 players beat up a jester while your character bought a hat. That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Usually reserve the helmet for non-prime frames and like to keep your primes pure, so to speak. You love all your builds. You find lag behind when transfers for a pure setup. Yeah, no worries. So for instance, I don't think I've got this on the Noko command, but for instance, here is a Noko, hold on, where was that? There we are. Here's the Noko no helmets build. Having problems with energy, do you have some recommendations? I think on there I didn't have Archon Stretch. If you're not using Gloom, then you can use Archon Stretch as a energy regenerating function. I tend to not use Gloom very often while I'm playing Sevagoth because I'm too busy spamming his first and second abilities. I don't really care for the lifesteal and I don't really care for the slow, personally. It's great for if you like to utilize it, but I'm not someone who really necessarily cares to utilize it. Alternatively, the other things that you can do is anybody for Cephalon Suda dailies. I think what they're talking about, Dr. Evil, is putting helmets onto their frames. Is what Dragon Lord there is talking about. Where was I? The other things for energy consumption, of course, you could throw Nourish on there for energy regeneration sustain, because it increases the amount of energy that you get from various sources. Noko's Helmet's Bright Bonnet, which is the subject of today's short, is also very good, and its energy regeneration does activate through channeled abilities, which is quite nice. So there's like a lot of options there. Anybody for Cephalon Smoothma? Cephalon Smoothma dailies. Otherwise, we'll just go do it ourselves here real quick. Yeah, that's totally fair. If you like, you know, if you like using helmets, great. And if you don't like using helmets, that's also great. It's nice that we just have that option inside of our where's really the arcane thing's not on here? Alrighty, to thank Technofuzz for the donation to the Quest to Conquer Cancer, we're giving away a maxed rank Arcane Intention. Anybody is welcome to join. It is only in our Twitch chat, so if you're watching somewhere else, click the link in the description and come on over. Arcane Intention is increases your maximum health for every channel ability. Ooh, fun. That is a uncommon arcane. Capture, survival. Let's go survival. Yo, Jolly, how you doing today? Okay. Not your baby. Isn't you pretty? Hope I'm feeling well. I'm still not feeling 100% today, but I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay.
While a fellow Tenno operative raids the ship for much needed supplies. Make your presence known.
Open sesame!
Life support has been
Quit your yapping, Lotus. Open the door. Thank you. Oh, just stuck on a nothing again. Ooh, candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. One by one. Another piece of candy. How do I feel about Gyre being the next Prime? I'm very happy if it is Gyre. Of course, they could have just been teasing yet another Volt Deluxe skin. I'm kidding. But yes, they'll of course give the official announcement on Friday during the dev stream. Type exclamation point join if you want in for a maxed rank Arcane Intention. Everybody and anybody is of course welcome to join our giveaways, even on your first message. So just type exclamation point join to get in. What's my opinion on the Veruna Deluxe? I guess, like, my problem is that we can't really see the, because it's, you know, just the concept art. We don't see how it's gonna color yet, so I don't really know. Charlie, it's only over on our Twitch chat. YouTube's API is unfortunately not the best for stuff like that. So if you wanted to join, the link is in the description. You can just click that, pop on over. And don't worry, you can win on your first message. We've had like 100 or so people win on their first message at this point. Ooh, lots of candies over here. Ooh. Oh my lord, lots of candies. What the? Found Charlie and the whole chocolate factory over here. Holy crap. Ooh, another piece of candy. Ooh, candy. Good thing we've got 7 more minutes of the survival to do. Two Fangs, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome on in.
life support.
Alright, well, that's number 8. So what the heck is this pointing out? Maybe it's an I-10. It is an I-10. What did you drift into today? Not a whole lot. What you up to today, Spyro? Treasure! It's another piece of candy! I love candy! Man, I am sleepy today. I'm a sleepy boy. Isn't Veruna Prime after Gyre? I believe that it is Styanax if it's following the original release order. I believe it should be Styanax next, and then Veruna after that. Night Owl! Congratulations, you've won, Night Owl. Once we're done here, just stay in the squad and we'll take you over to the dojo and get you your prize. GG! GG! Always forget about Styanax? How could you forget about Styanax? Styanax is like really good right now, actually. Really, really good right now. Especially with that new augment, the Theros lethality augment. That thing is crazy. It's one of the builds we're going to be working on today is Theros lethality, helmet on a few different frames there. Hi, you're from another game, just want to try and start Warframe. Most of your questions answered by video or Google, but there's one left. Looking for someone who you can ask about it. Well, you're always welcome to ask questions here. What's up? You get your stabbies done later? Totally fair. Might make a natural tank build, health conversion and adaptation. Oh, absolutely. That would be very good. Bugsy, welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for the follow. You don't know, you actually enjoy playing them, but you keep forgetting it exists somehow. Yeah, I mean, with what, now 62 Warframes in the game, you're eventually gonna just, you know, look over frames over time. It just kind of happens, you know? Like, I forget about frames. Oh, a hotfix is inbound. All right. Teeny tiny baby bitty hotfix coming to ship some server traffic optimizations. No, I have no idea what that means. When I hear server traffic, I picture emails being driven around in little cars, lag as traffic jams, internet outages as multi-car pileups. All right. We can see Danny's the one typing today. How does Arcane Intention work with Parasitic Armor? The wiki says that it does, but PA isn't channeled, or is it? Great question, I have no idea. You're asking an excellent question, I just have no concept. Hey Carl, how you doing today? Warframe and weapon slots. So you really need to dump weapons and start leveling them again if you want to try a different build because you don't have enough slots. Just throw money in your last game, and this time you want to play a little while before buying anything to make sure you like it. Okay, so that's a very common question when you're starting to play Warframe. Older weapons. So the most important thing for you to do with low-level weapons is to make sure to level them up to maximum. So most weapons in the game, like 90% of them, 99% of them, their maximum level is level 30. Anything that has MK1 in front of it is, largely speaking, a weapon that you can get rid of. They do not matter. And the other thing that's important to remember is that you can, at the end of the day, always go back and farm the weapons again if you feel like you need to. As you're sort of getting started in the game, the weapon slots and Warframe slots is kind of your biggest limiting factor. But the nice thing about Warframe is once you reach MR2, so Mastery Rank 2, aka your account level, you can trade with other players. So over time, you'll be able to farm items that are worth platinum. That's our in-game premium currency, and trade with other people for them. So for instance, there are primed Warframes and weapons. And the parts for those, the blueprints for those, are things that you can trade to other players, and is a common, very good thing to do to trade and to get yourself some more weapon and Warframe slots. You can also earn them every once in a while through special events or our free battle pass called Nightwave. For instance, right now there is a Nightwave just started yesterday or Monday. And you can get a few weapon and Warframe slots through there. I would highly, highly recommend. It is worthwhile to spend the platinum on those, and as a new player, you receive 50 platinum for free, and almost every single creator out there will recommend that you pick up 2 sets of Warframe slots, giving you a total of 4 more Warframe or weapon slots. Pardon me. It's 2 sets of 2 weapon slots for 4 weapon slots, and 1 Warframe slot. Warframes are, you will sort of interact with the system as you go forward, which will free up Warframe slots for you. But don't worry about that right now. The most important thing to know is that, yes, it is fine to sell these older weapons and these sort of lower level weapons, because a lot of the time there's improved versions of them, like primed versions or adversary versions, which are like Kuva, Coda, and Tenant weapons. So don't be afraid to sell some of these older weapons as you progress. It is something that all players do. There is some weapons that are materials for other weapons that you may want to hold on to if you've already crafted them. And the Warframe wiki has a full list of those weapons. Macarena and Kimoino. Welcome in, how you doing? You spend your plat to get colors? Yeah, a lot of people like to do that. But as a new player, the thing I usually recommend is to spend a good chunk of platinum. Kimiono, thank you. I'm dyslexic, so I appreciate the correction. I do gotta run a quick ad break here, though, everybody, so sit tight. We're just gonna run some ads for a hot second here. And we will be right back. It's new people don't get pre-roll ads. Tech Night Owl, we just kind of gotta wait here until the hotfix is fully deployed. So just stay in the mission, and once the hotfix is deployed, we will get you your trade and also finish off our bounties here. Or not bounties, sorry, our dailies. Finally got here after the lifted ban. Congratulations. But yeah, Kmart, you're obviously in an ad break at the moment, but if you do need any help with anything, you are more than welcome to always ask. And of course, I'll repeat that once you're out of your ad break here. Come on, hotfix, finish deploying. I would like to go do something else. Come on. Extra long survival? Yeah, apparently. There we go. Is there room, and is it even worth it to play map solo and kill all the enemies on your way and grab loot containers? Yeah, absolutely. Play the game you want to play. There's absolutely no problem with, especially if you're playing solo, there's absolutely zero problem to play the way that you want to play, right? I mean, like, typically speaking, I would recommend, you know, you don't need to open every single container, right? Like, you don't need to open everything, but it's not bad. It's extra loot, right? Forgot my name for a week and now saw me on YouTube? Well, welcome on back. Is it alright with you? May join my clan dojo? Yeah, just type, my in-game name is in the description of the stream over there on the tubes. So you can just shoot me a private message and say, clan invite please, but do so after I restart for the hotfix. Because I will not be looking at anything in my inventory or doing anything while the update is happening. Because it won't work. Speaking of hotfix. Okay. No, I'll be doing oh, none of these hot fixes were player facing. Okay, we don't care then. No, I don't. I'm not gonna be checking out Duet Night Abyss yet. I might check it out later. But I'm not gonna be checking it out for a while. And Night Owl, let me know when you're back in here. And I'll shoot you back an invite. We can finish off our dailies here. If anybody else wants to join us for Cephalon Pseudo dailies, let me know. Found out if you're in a bind to crouch mouse wheel and scroll up slowly, it activates invis without destroying your control key. Oh, that's kind of smart. That's a neat little thing. New PS Plus bundle. Oh yeah, that's right. If you're playing on PlayStation, if you're a PlayStation 10, a new PS Plus bundle came out, and that's 170 personal platinum, I believe it is. So you can get yourself, you know, if you're looking to do some stuff, you should be good. Yeah, it's all personal platinum though. Whenever it's free plat like that. Snow palette. Oh, hi, Snow. Welcome on in, everybody. How you doing today? What you up to? How was your stream? Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. How was your stream? What'd y'all get up to? Of course, Snow, if you have to raid and run, you are absolutely welcome to raid and run. I 10,000% get it. Whenever I'm done streaming, I'm tired and I'm done. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to look at a screen anymore. So if you gotta go, you gotta go, but you're absolutely welcome to hang out if you want to. But I hope you had a good time. Everybody, welcome on in. As I said, my name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. And what we like to do around these parts, whenever we get raided, we like to thank the kind people for sharing their community with us by doing a little giveaway.
I need you to sabotage this ship's reactor.
So give me a hot second here, and we'll get that going in just a few minutes. Been chilling on Warframe, had a great time. Ooh, very good. Fantastic to hear. What were you doing in Warframe? Just chilling? Were you doing... Oh, Donut wasn't paying attention. Shake my head, shake my head. Shake my head. I didn't say there was a giveaway started yet. I said that it would be starting soon. Fool of a toque. Finally got all your Noko parts? Heck yeah! We love Noko. Actually, I really love Noko. Noko's a ton of fun. I'm building a second Noko for all the different builds I'm working on. Yeah, I don't have a mag build yet. First time chatter here. Could you ask a newbie question? Absolutely. You're more than welcome to. Just making sure you can type fast enough. That's fair. That's fair. Going to Chipotle. Ooh. I could use a Chipotle. Hey, at Zero, how you doing? Oh. All right, let's see what we are giving away to thank Snow for the raid. Yo, Blue, how you doing? All right, type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat to get in for a giveaway for a maxed rank Arcane Aegis. Everybody, anybody is welcome to join, even on your first message. So if you came in with the raid, that's right, you can win. Just type exclamation point join. It is only on Twitch chat, so if you're watching somewhere else, click the link in the description, pop on over to Twitch, and get your hands on the goodies. Ooh, a candy. Internet went out yesterday, but we got it fixed. Now you can enjoy streams as you finish your essay. Heck yeah! Oh, my nose is super cheap. Oh no, I got a nose hair attacking my nose. Help! Help! You're at the beginning of the Steel Path, finished the new war yesterday. Wondering if you could keep doing story or focus more on the open world reputation stuff. I would recommend always to finish off your quests, Crazy Panda, because they'll unlock new warframes, new weapons, new mechanics inside of the game. So if you still have a bunch of quests to work on, that's probably what I would spend time doing. Now that said, you can always go back and do the quest whenever you feel like. There's not actually like a huge pressure or rush, but that's personally what I would recommend you do. Because you might unlock new warframes, you might unlock new systems, you might unlock new various things in. Office tour, love to see how I decorate. I am a very bare bones person. There is no decorations in my office. And my office is also my bedroom because I live in a small apartment with another person. So I work out of my bedroom. So I am not going to show you my bedroom. And there's also no decorations. Pictures look nice? Yeah, I like Ansel Adams. Your cable management? Yeah, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the nightmare that is hiding behind my desk and monitors. It's a mess. Let's just put it that way. How does this game look so good but has very low system requirements? Kendo Banana, welcome in, how you doing? Because the devs use their own engine, so they're able to optimize like crazy, and they also make sure that the game can run on a lot of different functions and systems and stuff. They actually do, they work very hard at making sure that this game is as optimized as it is. As a cable management maniac, I hate to break it to you. I don't have any cable management to see. It's a mess. It's just a mess. 1K hours on his Switch? Yeah, the Switch is, you know, it has some problems because it is just a older system and a lower spec system, but it is actually doing pretty good. Peer-to-peer servers, so it won't die on like a different game company. I mean, obviously, you know, it's probably not going to go anywhere because Warframe is, of course, incredibly popular across the globe, and it's only been getting more popular, especially over the last 2 years. So I don't think Warframe's going anywhere.
Another job well executed.
Tangled cable is like dirty cable porn to cable management freaks. Oh yeah, it's a mess. Peer-to-peer has its own issues. Yeah, peer-to-peer definitely has its own issues, but as long as you're playing, on, you're doing mainly PvE activities, it's usually not that bad, right? When are they going to show us Gyre Prime? Assumably they'll be showing us on the dev stream like they announced in the, teaser trailer. So I assume the dev stream, which is Friday. You want a Valkyr proto frame? I too would like to see a Valkyr proto frame. It would just be Meg. Meg as a Warframe. Ah! What Warframe did you spend the most time trying to get right? I mean, I would say that the most time that I've spent doing build crafting on Warframes would be with my Nezha. But that's largely speaking just because that's my most played frame across, you know, a very long period of time. Oh, a piece of candy. So I would say it's probably Nezha. Looks so complicated and you watch so many guides already, it's overwhelming how much stuff there is, even as a newbie. Here's the thing, you don't need to worry about all that. The most important thing for you to do right now as a new player is just work at it slowly. Warframe is a marathon, not a sprint. So don't be worried, don't let yourself get flustered. You're not, like, Warframe doesn't do FOMO. Anything that is limited time now, they did do one set of FOMO, but we're not going to go over that. They have reverted their stance on that very quickly. The community was not pleased with it. Anything that's sort of a limited time item does come back eventually, usually within like a year, either through special events, holiday events, or through our free battle pass called Nightwave. So don't be too worried. Take your time. You'll get there. Found me and you're recommended. Well, that's sweet. How you doing today, Strawberry? Where is this saying that it is? There's nothing there, video game. Alright, whatever. Yeah, there's only been 2 packs, being the heirloom skins, and of course the Founders Edition, but that was a special limited time item for the people who started, helped the game get off the ground, so that of course is a bit of a different circumstance there. Most fun part of Warframe to me, it's definitely the build crafting. The sort of figuring out the minutia details in how Warframe operates and how it functions is the thing that I enjoy the most. If you're ever wondering if drops are active on a channel, which they are not active here at the moment, when you pop into a stream where the pinned comment is, it'll say that drops are active. There are no drops here today. Literally optimize your game so much you finish the story, got legendary weapons and armor, and only after 3 months and then you burned out. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. I mean, you could do that if you want to. Like, you can rush it, but I would recommend not. Did I pull out the calculator already? I mean, I very rarely actually use a calculator for when I'm doing Warframe stuff. It's usually like if I just don't want to wait to get strength up with like multi-augments and stuff. That's the only time that I really pull out the calculator. The Lua rescue? I'm sure that there is a trick to it. I just don't know what it is. It's okay, Echo. How you doing today? Favorite full caster frame I've built? Maneja. Definitely Maneja. Divine Retributions is insanely good. Kidney Stone? Oh no, Echo. I'm so sorry to hear that, but I hope you're feeling a little bit better. Responder. How you doing? What you up to? Up, up, up. You like Warframe, buy plat to support the game. Should you use it only for weapon slots or Warframe slots? So if you do wish to buy platinum, absolutely. You know, I always think that you should throw, you know, if you like a game, you should throw a tip at the devs, a coin to your Witcher, if you will. I definitely think that you should, but obviously, you know, it's whatever your financial capabilities are. But the other thing that's important to keep in mind, depending on what system you're playing on, if it's console or PC, you'll actually sometimes receive discounts on platinum. So on PC, when you're on Steam, you can get discounts for platinum as your daily login reward. And on console, you get bonus platinum. So you may want to wait for one of those. It's totally up to you. Just back from work, decided to hop on Warframe and chill while watching some too. Nice to learn stuff while playing. More than happy to. Welcome on in. Tosco Losco, thank you so much for the 4 months Prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing? All right, let's head on to the dojo. And Dova, you won the Arcane Aegis. Dova, let me know when you're online. I would not recommend trading through trade chat, especially for new players. Definitely wouldn't recommend that personally. You'll be online in 10ish? No worries. Let's get Night Owl their prize. How many Warframe slots do you get at MR30? Oh, I have no idea. Discounts only for Steam? Discounts are for on PC. So if you downloaded through the, through like the native launcher online and not through Steam, you should be able to still get discounts. On consoles, instead of discounts, they give you, like you get a plat multiplier. So if you buy, like it'll give you an extra 150, 200 some odd % platinum. Yeah, plat bonus. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit. And you were wondering, what's up, Tyler? What are my preferred companions? It depends on the build that I'm working on. Crazy Panda. I like, Nautilus if I need enemy grouping, Dorigia if I'm doing melee, Panzervolpophyla, Panzervolpophyla, Pharaoh Predicite, Helmuth Charger, and Seneca, just for general use, are all my favorites. And for the carrier question there, Tyler, no, that does not work according to the Wikipedia. According to the wiki, that does not work. Chesa bro, never change it. Use it to beast meetup before. Yeah, it's totally fair. Chesa for the extra loot. You've never run out of loot ammo, and you don't do anything other than carrier. At least according to the wiki, that doesn't function, but I could be wrong, or the wiki could be out of date or incorrect. Right? That's always a potential. Alright, let's work on Obi today. So, I think this is gonna be my... let's actually head into the simi. Let's just head over to the sim real quick. Fave Nemesis weapon? The adversary weapons? Win horror stream tomorrow if I'm feeling well. Not feeling great today. I've kind of got those signs of a potential cold, so as long as I'm feeling fine, then we'll be doing a horror game tomorrow. Hey Luca, how you doing? Warframe complicated because it seems to be that way. Warframe is complicated but not difficult. Is the easiest way that I always like to explain it to people. A bright bonnet Caliban? You know, I was thinking about that too. I was thinking about a bright bonnet Caliban doing removing Razor Gyre. but I was not super, but like also Razor Dryer is just so good. So like I also don't want to get rid of Razor Dryer. How you doing, Tendo Ben? Playing around with the Stein X augment, made a melee Wrathful advanced build using Theros augment. It's fun. Oh yeah, absolutely. You'd remove the 3? Oh, I'd remove the 2 over anything. Removing the 3? You're a crazy person. The whole reason you play Caliban is for more dudes per dude. Okay, I just wanted to do a quick test on this build. Now that we're at max... No, my grass is way too strong for these enemies here. That puts me at 2200 health. So that's giving me 55% strength from Bellicose. What if I were to get an extra 25% strength out of that? The most beginner-friendly frame? Actually, the 3 beginner frames are all very, very good. Volt, Mag, and Excal are all incredibly strong frames. And also very good for beginners. So I would say like the 3 that are baseline, the baseline, you know, starter frames are all pretty good. Okay, that puts me at 56% power strength. How tall am I? I'm 6'3", 191 cm. Alright, so that puts me at 56% power strength with this. So 56. Okay. So we're sitting at like a really, really high amount there. 56 plus 60 plus 25 plus 322. 463% power strength. And this is with Hallowed Reckoning. How do I feel about that? I think I like that. Is that enough energy though? The 256, 226, or 265? Probably not enough. Just got Mirage Prime. Any weapon choices for primary and secondary? Largely speaking, a lot of people like to use AoE weapons there. Did I answer my question? Yes, I did. 6'3", 191 cm. Any recommendations on weapon? The Carius Prime. The Phantasm Prime is actually a ton of fun on Mirage. Cedo is great on her. Honestly, like any of the good weapons is good on Mirage because she's just a straight up damage increasing frame, right? So if you like it, it's probably going to be good on her, is a really good way to look at it. Gotta go. No worries, Tragic. We'll catch you later. You messed up and you need to swap network because you use weaker for download if you will restart from 0. Oh, that's a great question. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case or not. Kmar, my apologies. Okay, so looking at it, Dova, let me know when you're online so we can get you your giveaway. I think this is where I'm going to be running, but I don't like that I have this low of energy. I would like to get some more energy on here, but I also don't want to really get rid of strength. I think I probably just need to suck it up and remove a little bit of strength. An extra 75 energy should be enough. But what about for my other builds? Do I care about that? Too much strength? There's no such thing as too much strength. That's a lie and slander. No such thing. I want to have 463% strength. Yeah, I mean, if I needed the extra energy, absolutely. But because of the extra health orbs from Reckoning plus Equilibrium, just a energy shard should be enough. And if I'm going to lose anything to get energy, it will be an energy shard. Lose strength. Yeah, I don't want to lose 56 or 60% power strength for the energy. I don't want to lose that for the battery. I would rather just lose some strength shards. I gotta give this a test though in a mission though to see how it plays. Because if all else fails, I'll probably lose Umbral Fiber for flow. Okay, let's take this for a quick spin and see how this feels. And let's do that with just some energy shards. Throw an energy shard here. Dovalat, thank you so much for the 3 months tier 1. Appreciate you. Okay, I think 340 energy should realistically be enough. Probably. Like, you don't need a ton of energy on Oberon. You just need to kind of maintain this being active, which has a 15-second duration, so you're only casting this once every 15 seconds. You have to maintain that, hollowed ground, etc., and then using a companion with Seismic Bond grants us some more efficiency, so we won't be having as many energy issues. Just drop Equilibrium for flow? No. Reckoning generates so many health orbs that that's my energy problem solver. You're online? Okay, let's get you yours. Dova, are you online? Dova. Yes, you are. A general use Gauss build? I actually don't play Gauss very much, so I don't really have much of a build for him. Does the equilibrium strength need to be so high? Would a Tau purple shard be enough? Kind of depends. I don't know yet. That's why I'm doing build testing. We'll find out. Oh, I got it equipped on multiple frames. Okay. Fish? What the hell, Dova? I hate fish. So there's a few things I need to test to just get a better understanding of Oberon. So that's what we're gonna do here real quick. Oh, I didn't want to have this weapon. It's okay, I got my Sicarus. That'll handle it. What about Nova? Type exclamation Nova for the build. Goodbye, goodbye. Hey Dante, how you doing? Alright, yeah, so that is enough energy to maintain myself when we're taking into account Reckoning. And no universal fallout. This is enough energy. Is it enough energy? Maybe it's not. Dr. Evil, you're an OB fanatic. I got a question for you. Do you know if the Hallowed Reckoning AoE from the augment will activate the health orb drop? I'm sure the wiki has this answer, just as I'm in a mission at the moment, doing a quick test. Don't know? Okay, I'll take a look. I wonder how I could even test that. Yeah, so I'm not really having any energy problems here. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if the augment is something that I want to utilize or not. I kind of like the idea of the extra armor that it gives you and the extra, radiation AoE, but I think that's much more for a universal Fallout styled build more than anything else. How do you get Arcane Hotshot? It's through Elite Temporal Archimedia or through the Voster trading in. It was recently added. Jotunheim Prime Syandana different from the, or is it different? This is the Syandana from Equinox Prime Access. Yeah, so like I'm not having any energy concerns here, so that is useful. So one thing that I want to do a quick test on here is interesting. Hollowed Reckoning doesn't seem to be functioning. No, hold on. My dog is doing radiation, so I can't tell if it is or not. No, okay, it is. But I want to see someone walk into the cloud. I'm just trying to... Okay, so it doesn't reduce their armor, so I'm going to assume that it also doesn't give them the ammo. Or it doesn't give you the health orbs. Strict meta and endgame group content, or you can pick a frame and weapon still be useful. Yes, I mean, Warframe's meta is very much personal preference. Yes, there are like more efficient and better things in the game, but largely speaking, it's just kind of whatever you feel like doing. Nessa, where have you been? How are you doing? How goes the hunt? Yeah, there's not exactly a meta, it's much more personal preference stuff. New job, new apartment, oh my. Well, I hope that both the new job and the new apartment are great. Okay, so I think with Seismic Bond giving us an extra 30% efficiency and Reckoning for the health orbs to turn into energy, I think we're doing fine. How to get Arcane Aegis? Arcane Aegis is from the Eidolons, but it's also available in a few different ways. Well, the other more easier way is through the Arcane Dissolution system by trading with Lloyd on the Sanctum Adonomica. You don't really want to fight me, bro. I've got 1 billion armor. Alright. So, energy doesn't seem to be too much of a concern on this build. We're fine with just a 1 energy shard. Although I think, realistically speaking, the Hallowed Reckoning augment isn't doing a whole lot for me here. So I think I could probably drop that off of here and instead go with the flow. Realistically speaking, I don't think I have any energy concerns here at all. Look at all the health orbs I'm getting. I just picked up 1,800 health worth of health orbs, so I don't think any energy's gonna be that big of a deal. Dovalat, thank you so much for the $50 to the Quest to Conquer Cancer. Appreciate the heck out of you. More strength? I don't think I need to go that much into strength here. I was trying to do it so it's like more of a nuky damagey build with the Reckoning radiation damage increase, but it does not seem to be that great for what I'm trying to do. But the other side of it is because I'm playing more for the health tank side, I'm using Elemental Ward on Heat to boost up my health to 2,300. And that's how I'm getting an extra 55% power strength from Bellicose there. So that's kind of more where I'm leaning towards for the build. is this one's meant to be much more of just like a weapon platform, health tanky shenanigans. To play more into the amount of health that we have. Okay, I think that's fine. I think I'm okay with this. It's not the greatest, but it's not the worst. So let's take this out. It's enough for survivability, and that's kind of what this is meant to be, is just like a fun health tank variant on the survivability. But what we're going to try now is the good old classic of Breach Surge on here. Found something weird. Prime is not regular name for Rhino, but many frames have two versions. Yes, that's correct. Warframe has normal frames and then primed frames. So Rhino Prime, Oberon Prime is the Prime that I'm playing right now. And it takes 4 years for a normal frame to become primed. So our latest prime was Caliban, which was back in August. And that was, Caliban came out about 4 years ago. So it takes about 4 years for it to rotate over. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit. Yeah, Caliban was August. Okay, so that is enough energy for what I'm trying to do here. I think realistically speaking, I could probably drop Hollowed Reckoning. I don't think that this is super duper necessary here. Because while this is like 23, 46,000 damage, it's supposed to be putting out, it's not that impressive damage output wise. But what we'll do is we'll go duplicate, we'll go first buy a bunch of configs. People are going to be working on a bunch of builds. So this is Ellie Ward, Breach, Surge, normal. There we go. And we'll just copy this over here. And we'll copy this over here. No, so, Kmar, you can purchase primes with real money when they first come out, called Prime Access. So, for instance, here, you get Caliban Prime, you get Caliban's weapons, the Venado and the Vidaria Prime. You also get a unique to this pack Syndana, Tauron, don't worry about Prime Regalia, don't worry about that yet. Some glyphs as well as boosters. And you're usually just paying for less than what the platinum would cost you if you were to buy the platinum on its own. But then it also comes with all of this. So for instance, 4,000 platinum is like $200 Canadian. So this is $50 less and comes with all of this as well. But you can also, as Sophia was saying there, use relics. And these are like little loot crates that you can unlock in the game for free. You do not pay for these. These are mission rewards, and you can get them in other ways in the game. And they give you a chance at the various parts here. So, for instance, Caliban Prime Neuroptics is here. Caliban Prime Systems are here. Caliban Prime Main Blueprint is here. And Caliban Prime Chassis is here. So you have 4 different relics for 4 different parts for the Warframe. And then when you go in to avoid a relic mission, you get the opportunity to select... so you and all of your squad bring in relics, no matter what relic you bring. So, like, you can bring, like, I'll bring Mezzo V11, and other people will bring other Mezzo relics. But you can swap these, you can select whatever anyone gets. So if you get the, say, the Caliban Prime blueprints on yours, someone gets the Zaku, and someone else gets the Velox, and someone else gets the Nautilus, you can choose which of these 4 items you want, or whatever the person has opened. which we'll be doing relics later on today. If you hang around today, Kmar, I'll be able to show you a little bit more hands-on what I'm talking about. So if you want Rhino, you need to use the relic as long as you get all the parts to craft. For the Rhino Prime, yes. Rhino Normal is farmed from bosses. Yo, Finn. Breach. Nerodes, sure. How good is Corvex? Quite strong. On that one. Corvex, especially with his augment for his 4th ability, is incredibly good. And also, Universal Fallout makes him have constant energy regeneration. So he has no problems with survivability or anything like that. After Gyre, we have Styanax if they maintain the proper order, yes. Kmar, you can get Rhino regular just by fighting bosses in the game. You do not need to get Rhino Prime. You can get Rhino Normal, and that's just from bosses. Rhino Prime is from relics. Feeling weird today? Yeah, I'm feeling a little weird today too. What you up to today, Hatters? Life is so often what you got. You might get shot. Basic Rhino will be useful in hard group content. Yeah, absolutely. Primes, the only difference between primes and normal, and Kmar, I would highly recommend you familiarize yourself with this website here. Warframe.wiki.com, which I'll throw into the chat for you there. It has everything that you need to know. So for instance, Rhino Prime, we go to Rhino Prime here, and here it'll say Rhino Prime as compared to regular Rhino has a little bit more armor and a little bit more movement speed and has different polarities on the frame. So there's only a few little reasons, like you don't necessarily need to have a Prime, but these are some of the ways that like Primes can be more useful. But don't worry about it too much. They're just a little bit better. They're not like gonna drastically change everything for you. Okay, so power drift. Do we want power drift? I don't really care about power drift for this build, so we're gonna throw on an Omni there, and we'll throw on cunning drift for a little bit more range. And then this has a radius of 45. That has 37. Weapons are much better? Yeah, primed weapons are significantly stronger. Significantly stronger. It's a very different case there. Okay, then if we do that with like a Nautilus. And 290 energy. I think we do need to throw another energy shard on him just for everything there. How armor important it is, but 50 difference seems like a lot if it's max under 100. So it depends on the frame. Sometimes that extra armor can make a difference, and Rhino is one of those cases because one of his abilities scales off of armor value. So there are use cases for armor, depends on the frame, depends on the loadout and all that jazz. But generally speaking, it's not like super critical. Okay, let's give this a shot here. Warframe or anything else, you don't know why? That's fair. And if anyone does need any help, we do have a Discord here that you're absolutely welcome to come and join, where we have a very, very welcoming community who's always happy to give you a hand. Oh, I didn't mean to have the Exceltra.
American Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support.
This is the Syndana from Equinox Prime access here. What do I think about the Exceltra? I mean, it's fine. It's like nothing really to write home about. It's a fine weapon these days. It's not like the best weapon, but it does the trick. Why does it feel like the range for Smite is so low? What is Smite's radius? 15 meters. Okay, that's probably why. Because it is a little bit low. Yeah, see, Universal Fallout plus 2 energy shards just means I don't care about energy. How's it going, M? Oh, M, how you doing? What you been up to, stranger? Breach Surge's damage scales off of the damage that you deal, right? So the more damage you deal, the more damage you deal with the proc means the more damage you deal overall with the ability, if I remember correctly. And that is kind of important for what we're trying to do here. Onyx, you have a quick question? What's up? It's an Orinoco? No, I haven't taken a look at anything yet. I'm just kind of doing a little bit of build tests right now. All right. Build for Varuna? I don't really play much Varuna, so I don't have like a great build for her because I just don't really know her very much. But if once I'm done doing this quick test here, I'll pull it up for you so that you can take a look. Okay, so you gotta activate Breach Surge first, then activate that, activate Smite. I kind of wish that I had a little bit of a better grouping mechanic. So that Breach Surge would work a little bit happier. And the Nautilus just isn't cutting it. Maybe I need to reduce my range, weirdly enough, so that enemies will have a better chance at getting to me. 15-meter range on Smite. But yeah, with Universal Fallout, I'm not taking any health damage. I'm not taking any damage at all because I'm constantly spawning so many Universal Orbs here. Dova, do you have a loadout that you want me to work with today, or is that something that you're okay with doing another day for your donation to the quest to conquer cancer? Which also means that we're gonna have a platinum giveaway in a bit here. How did that miss you? Be gone. Okay, so not the greatest caster build, if I'm being real. Come on. Right, so the casting rotation would be Breach Surge, then that, then this. So it'd be Breach Surge, Smite, then Smite, and then that. So that would be the idea. So Breach Surge, Smite, Reckoning. Breach Surge, Smite, Reckoning. But sadly, things are just not really grouped up enough. Often enough to make it super duper worthwhile. I wonder how I could get that going a little bit better here. Wasted. Lunchtime, no worries. Go have yourself a good lunch. Actually, interesting question. Can Breach Surge affect enemies with Overguard on? I forgot. Oh, it does hit like a truck sometimes, though. It's not very high KPM. Right, so you gotta do Breach Surge first, then Smite, then Slam. Alright, alright. We can work with this. Am I winning? No. What Lieutenant Gun's good? I like the Lieutenant Detron. And Lieutenant Galaxian is one of my favorite weapons in the game. Yeah, 10 Detron. Gypsy with the Prime sub, thanks. How you doing today? Just completely ignoring this. LR1 recommend anything to farm in Platinum for the current update? You can see Arcanes now are cheaper, so you got no clue. I mean, still the classic stuff of like max ranking mods and selling like max rank Archon mods or Galvanized mods or Prime mods is still always will be a good source of income. You know what might work better with this? I should try it out after this. Is using the Nautilus more for its damage output rather than anything else. That guy just melted. Interesting. Just getting to level 10, level 30 here. Hey Tazzy, how you doing? So those would be some pretty good ones. Yeah, the arcane market has been in shambles for a while now because of a few changes that the devs have done recently with Noko's bounties. That's not doing much damage. Noko's bounties are now dropping a lot of the arcanes that used to be much more expensive. And they also added in stuff that was in the stuff that was in the ETA arcanes. Those are now in the Vosper trading shop. So Hotshot, Universal Fallout, both have gone down. I bet Archon continuity prices are doing well though. What's pre-rolls? You know when you watch a YouTube video and you get an ad the moment that you start the video? That's a pre-roll. Twitch does it as well if I don't run ads. And that's why we run ads, so that people don't, new viewers don't get it. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's not like high damage output, but the amount of universal orbs makes it a very good for squad support. Right? Because you have so many universal orbs, you're constantly activating your passive, giving your squad some really significant survivability through his passive output. But I think for the damage, we're gonna lean more on either a damaging Hound or a damaging Nautilus for this build. So we'll give this another run test here with either a damaging Hound or a damaging Nautilus, and I think that will do us better. I think realistically speaking, I want the damaging Nautilus over in the damaging Hound, because the Nautilus then will be doing enemy grouping for us, and that's kind of why I'm leaning towards the damaging Nautilus over the damaging Hound for this build, because we could certainly always have more grouping functions for this guy. Grouping can be kind of a make or break considering how wide of an AoE his rad procs are. Causing enemies to kind of get stuck on things. And by things, I mean other enemies. Depending on where you are in the world, sometimes you just don't get ads. Sometimes Twitch says you don't get ads. You know, it's up to them. Support build, and a strength build? I don't know. Kind of depends on what you're looking to do, right? It kind of sounds like you've got everything covered there for your bases. Smite with Marked for Death? Well, yeah, I was thinking Smite with Marked for Death. I kind of want to play around with Breach Surge. But yeah, Marked for Death is an incredibly powerful ability for doing it, if I remember correctly.
Portion of the next damage you deal will be dealt to all enemies around it. Yeah, so you mark an enemy for death, and then you smite them. But with just sort of the high pace of gameplay, I'm not a huge fan of marked for death. However, that is an excellent option there. Yeah, sometimes, depending on what part of the world you're in, it's just not profitable for Twitch to even look at you for ads, which is, like, a little bit silly, but it is what it is. Okay, so I think we would need to do the damaging Nautilus build here. This guy. Is this my damaging Nautilus build? This is my damaging Nautilus build. And then this is the other side of the damaging Nautilus build. What am I missing here? What am I missing there? I mean, I guess I could just throw on more heat damage. Oh, but then he went into blast. Where's the heat on here? There. Pop and pop. Oh, crap, what was that? Where did you go? Restoration, that's the one I wanted off. And then we go like this, we go like this. Go like that, go like this. And heat. Magazine capacity, do I care about that? I don't think I care about that. Okay, let's give this a try here. What element should you go for? I like blast on the boar. Chain beams and blast just do some funny things. Not at the moment, Gypsy, but that is the plan for the build, is to throw on 2 of those for increasing ability to damage to enemies with radiation. I'm not doing it for right at this second, but that is what I'll be putting into the build for when I do my video. Oh, look at that. We got the good room again twice. You love to see it. Hey, Auto Breach? Auto Breach is a Parazon mod. After 6 long years, other than focusing on quests, well, quest is the right answer, so you've already got me there. Okay, so the Nautilus, sorry, I'm doing some build testing here. Quest is the most important thing for any new player to work on, is working on your quests. So, highly, highly recommend working on that. My Nautilus is doing blast. Why aren't you doing heat? Do your quests. You may not have done arbitrations. So arbitrations are very, 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 very important to have a lot of end game mods and important things on there. So you definitely want to be... Ah, that's why I'm an idiot. As it turns out, I'm just stupid. Sorry, I'm having a rough day, so I'm a little bit space brain today. Arbitrations, Steel Path, and get your factions up would be the, other than quests, the important things for you to work on. Factions now have a lot of various different things inside of them, especially the later game factions. You probably have never touched Incarnate weapons either, so you probably want to work on those, which are special end game think of it as like a special mod for specific weapons that really drastically changes the way that they function, makes them a lot more powerful. Okay, so the idea of what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get the Nautilus to do the fired up killy stuff for me with Breach Surge. and the contagion bond shenanigans. And there it goes. Okay. Alright. Thanks for the directions. Yeah, I'm more than happy to. If you ever need any help or anything, you're always welcome to come on by. I may be a little bit slow to answer or to give help depending on where I'm at in the day, but I'm always happy to give some advice whenever I can. Alright, so you're doing some pretty good damage, little Nautilus. Let's go down into the spot that's really great for the Nautilus, which is down here. Cast out our grass so that we don't have grass elsewhere. And then we cast Breed Surge, we do that, we do this. Smite, Hallowed Reckoning. And good, things up there aren't getting screwed around with. Are things up there getting screwed around with? Yes, they are. Is that from my grass reaching up there? No. People use Burst Laser priming with the Dirigia because Burst Laser has IPS, has all 3 stats, has relatively cheap and easy ribbon so that you can get even further statuses if you want to, and also has a good fire rate so that it will, on its own, be constantly casting stuff and dealing some pretty good damage out of that. Okay, I think with this build I actually do need to reduce the range, possibly? With the amount of radiation that's just kind of getting spread around here, it's kind of messing with everything. And the enemies are, for some reason, getting slowed by something. Hey, Scream Pirate, how you doing? Okay, so I kind of wish that the grass didn't breach LOS. But what can we do? We're doing a little bit better damage than what we were doing before. I actually do think I want to drop range a little bit here. Because I think the too high of range is causing enemy grouping problems, so I think dropping a little bit of range here might be a good idea. Just a little bit, not too much. How am I doing? I'm not doing the worst, but I'm not doing the best. Seasonal effectiveness depression is kicking my butt. Yeah, I think I do want to drop some range. I think this is a little bit too much. And I think realistically the best one to remove is overextended here. Because then that would give us a lot more strength for the damage output. And then we go into... like, an auger here instead. So we're sitting at 190 range instead of, what was it, 2 something? Apparently your internet died again. Oh no! You can't play your decade-old mod pack? Oh no! What do you do when exhausted and not feeling productive? I push through it. And I just deal with it. I'm one of those idiots. I think realistically speaking, this build doesn't want Hallowed Reckoning. I think this build does want Flow. Not that, like, you really care, but I I think it does want flow. And then I think this build, the 280 plus that should be enough. And then Universal Fallout plus the energy orbs, health orbs from here is going to be our survivability mechanic. And our Nautilus is our helping with our damage output. So let's give this a go. Let's give this a go.
These foes deserve your respect. Honor them with my
The Oracle neural
My
system
head,
is attempting to purge you
careful.
from this place. Stand by for life support.
What do we got over here? Bad tile set. Okay, you know what? This is actually, while not like the greatest build out there for damage output, the squad support that it gives you while still maintaining a high APM style to play is really enjoyable. So I actually do like this, even though it's not the best for damage output. It's all about the enjoyment factor at the end of the day. So, yeah, it actually spits out a ton. Why is it only doing 17 damage? Interesting. Yeah, the lower range actually is helping here with this problem. Watch the world burn. Okay, let's go find ourselves a room to just chill in and level. Yeah, so using the Cedo to prime more elements so that the Nautilus will be resetting its grouping function is, I think, the tech. Because then that will allow the Nautilus to reset its grouping through Manifold much easier. Because right now, it's basically just radiation and whatever I get kills with. Which is not really enough to make sure that it's activating, because the Nautilus is just not doing the bestest job here is what I was hoping it would do. But between everything else, it's still doing pretty okay. I just have to get the casting rotation properly. Because you want to activate Breach Surge, then you want to activate Smite, and then you want to activate the Slam. And then the radiation shards for... I keep messing it up. This one, then this one, then this one. And while launching that into squads, so that will get the Nautilus grouping feature going, and then also the Nautilus Contagion Bomb shenanigans. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, to thank Dovalat for the donation to the Quest to Conquer Cancer, type ! join in Twitch chat to get in for a giveaway for Sevagoth Prime Blueprint Package. Anybody is of course welcome to join. Just gotta type ! join in Twitch chat in order to get your hands on a Sevagoth Prime. And we also got to the point where we're gonna be able to give away another Platinum Package. So we'll get a personal Platinum giveaway going in just a few minutes here. But we gotta run a quick ad break, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. See you in a second. Alrighty. Oh, you're more than welcome to join again if you want to. There is no problem with joining more than once around these parts, if you feel like it. Yeah, why are they getting stuck up there? Is that Breach Surge doing something weird with the... I feel like that's Breach Surge doing something weird. Hey, wow, look at all these victims. What's given away? It's a Sevagoth Pokemon fan. Did you first level cap with JP yesterday? Nice. What mission were you all doing? Omnia Cascade? Nice. Oh yeah, I gotta talk to Barty and get that sorted out. Or Slow and Carl or whoever wants to help me with that. Hi, buddy. You're right. It is your dinner time this time. You are right this time. Just let me finish off this mission, and then I will get you your snackums. Weird. The interesting thing is that the Nautilus's damage is not going off all that much. Which means that the Nautilus is not the one that's getting a lot of, doing a lot of the damage here for us. Redacted! You want a Sevagoth Prime set. Once I get out of here, I'll send you an invite. Yeah, so this is much more, feels like a caster support hybrid build, because we're just bringing so much universal orbs to our squad play that we're doing some good universal orb generation. So this very much fits more into the caster support hybrid style than a like high damage caster. Hey Worm, how you doing? Giveaway just ended. $27. Yeah, so I mean, you know, most of my builds are going to be support-esque. Is kind of what it feels like I'll be playing more of. The bow incarnate, I just like the I like the style and the feel of the Okina incarnate. How am I feeling today? Not the best, but I'm managing. How are you doing today, Eliza? Made you want to play more Warframe? Isn't that always the case? You're like, oh look, someone's playing Warframe. Man, I should play more Warframe. Yeah, just with the amount of universal orbs that we're generating, even in squad play, this is going to essentially make your squad completely invincible. So this is like a good support caster hybrid, less so a high damage caster himself. Away with you, demon! Also, interestingly enough, Smite seems to do more damage when the enemies have armor. Like, it accounts for the removal of 70, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just losing my mind, but it seems like Smite's doing more damage when the enemies have armor. Relaxed. Talk about it. Good news? Oh no, what is it? Oh no. Drama, drama. Rank 5 Fury and battery. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Ooh, tasty. Me that hurts. Do. First things first. Okay, Redacted, you around? Okay, Redacted, let me know when you're good to get your prize. You won the Sevagoth there. And I'm just gonna go feed my cat and I'll be right back. I'm gonna run an ad break now so that you don't get ads later. So sit tight, I'll be back in a few minutes. Yes, buddy, it's your dinner. Yes, you won, Redacted. I returned. Okay, Redacted. Let me know when you're online, Redacted, and I will send you an invite. Uzi, what you got? Ooh, Ember Prime. You know what, I think I would tone down that silver a little bit, but other than that, I like that. Ooh, but I do like that one. Pizza, random BS mushroom boy. Let's see. You're busy playing Silk Song? No worries. I'll take a note down, and when you are on, you will get it. It was a Sevagoth. Quick thinking. I don't think you need quick thinking on here, right? Because Bright Bonnet's your energy sustain, and his passive keeps you alive. So to me, I don't think that you need this. You just kind of play around with his passive more than anything else. So I don't know if you would want to go quick thinking. I would also say you probably want to have more range on here too. Spore Spring, for Blood Altar, for Bright Bonnets, for Stink Brain. Arcane Age is a good choice. And again, I don't think you need Vitality on here because of the passive survivability. Archon Stretch, though, for some more energy regeneration isn't bad. Again, though, you got Bright Bonnet, which is one of the most bonkers things there. Speed Drift up there when you get the chance, and I'd probably say more range there. Tenora Prime. I would probably say instead of Radiated Reload, Galvanized Aptitude for the, extra damage based on status effects that you have. Right, you got so many here. And it's got a fairly high status chance, so I'd probably say swap that out. And then if you're looking for more reload speed, go Merciless here, and then you can swap out Serration for something else, like more critical chance through Galvanized Scope, or something along those lines. Is to be effectively immortal? That's fair. I mean, he's basically immortal just because of his passive, right? Ooh, Labosh. Spyro, I really like that. It looks good. I wonder what it looks like with the cape up. Shadow? Yeah, I don't know much about the Shadow, but this is very similar to the builds that I see for the Shadow, except instead of this one, the corrupted one for the extra 50% critical chance. Otherwise, this is basically how I see most people play it. Looks good. Night Owl! Nope, that's someone else's Shadow. Dova, that was just a trade. Valkyrie, I haven't taken a look at your fashion yet. We're just taking a look at stuff now. Oh, you know what? I really like this. Good choice. Good choice for the color palette. That looks good. I like. Calibron, Crepuscular, and Hotshot for the flechette scaling. Does the flechettes have a base critical chance? Is the only question I have. Because I know that they can crit, but I just don't know if they can crit without... They do have 50% critical chance. Yes. Okay, so then Hotshot actually makes perfect sense here and works very, very well. Crepuscular to boost up its critical damage as well is quite nice. Yeah, rest of the build looks good too. The only thing I would say is maybe look towards a rolling guard for your survivability, but you did say that you're playing invisible, probably a Hurus or a Shade, so you should be pretty solid there. Pyro with Vortex is even better? Yes, it is. Yep. You want to group everybody together. They're ragdolled, so Pyrotechnics does a lot of damage. Mine layer inside of it, very good. The other thing is Tesla Nervos will, of course, activate Archon Stretch, so I would highly recommend switching out your regular Stretch there for an Archon Stretch. Which you did on this more optimized version that you sent. Yeah, I like this a lot better. The only thing I would say is maybe instead of Augur Secrets, Rolling Guard, but otherwise I like this. Yep, looks good to me. Final Souls, thanks for the follow, welcome in. Valhalla Wolf. Dog. Is dog. Dog ready to fight. I like it, looks cool. Your Nezha fashion? Yeah, I saw you throw up the photo up on the Discord for your Nezha fashion. It looks like you toned down the blue a little bit. I like it a lot better like this. What does the Prime Collar do? The Prime Collar gives your companion, like, armor. It's actually kind of useful. It gives your companion plus 10 health, plus 10 shields, and plus 100 armor. It's actually like one of the few cosmetics in the game that actually give you a buff in the game, which is quite nice. Should you prioritize leveling? Yes, and doing your quests. Send me 2 looks? Cool, I'll take a look at it a bit here. Does Kapora's companion count for mastery? I don't think so. But I could be wrong. Your Harmony Ribbon. Attack speed, critical chance, initial combo. Okay, so actually that's really solid because the initial combo is very important for the Harmony's unique trait. Mystics. As a new player, prioritize modeling. Yeah, I said do quests and leveling stuff, yes. As a new player, what mods? Oh, what mods should you prioritize leveling? Sorry, I'm really out of it today. My apologies. The most important things I would say there's, so let me show you here. So there's these 3 mods here are your basic survivability mods, but an important thing to know about these survivability mods, vitality, is, so if we go here, it's only 5,000 endo and, you know, 240,000 credits. But when you do this last level here, it really bumps up the price by a lot. So what I usually recommend to newer players is you don't need to max them. Like get them up to like 2 from the top, 1 from the top, somewhere around there. And that will be quite useful for you. So like your basic survivability mods, vitality, redirection, steel fiber are all mods that I would recommend spending some endo and credits on. And you'll still use these as you go through until you get the primed variants of them. So for instance, there's a umbral version of steel fiber, which is like a primed version of it. There's a primed redirection, which, you know, this only gives you 100. This gives you 180% shields. And the vitality, there's an umbral vitality, which you unlock through the quests. And so on and so forth. And then for primary weapons and like for your weapon stuff, base damage mods, like Serration is definitely something I would recommend spending some endo on and some credits on as well. So this is Amalgam Serration, but here's regular Serration, and just like any, like I said before, the percentage, you know, you don't need to go all the way up to maximum. Go like 1 or 2 from the top. And as you get playing through the game, then you'll start using sort of elemental mods and stuff like that. But sort of these ones here, just getting some endo in them will make your life a lot easier. And then you'll get these mods here, which are 90% damage mods. These are actually really not that expensive to level up in the grand scheme of things, right? So this is 115, goes all the way up to 9, or goes from 15 to 90. It's only 600 endo. It's only a couple thousand credits. So like these mods here for your weapons and so on and so forth, I would also recommend leveling up. Excalibur Umbra. Ooh, that's cool. The proto skin. Nice. I like that. Venari does give you mastery, but her claws don't. There we go. Ooh, that's cool. It's actually a very cool looking dog. Harmony. Yeah, so as I was saying, the initial combo counter, because if I remember correctly, the Harmony's special trait is on heavy attack. So the initial, yes, it is on heavy attack. So the initial combo on here for the heavy attack is actually super powerful. I would also probably recommend getting Galvanized Reflex if you want to go that route. And because heavy attacks, depending on how you're using your Harmony and like what companion you're using and like status priming stuff, you may want to work on more like statuses on here. Galvanized Reflex, Galvanized Steel will both be very good mods here as well. Because this is a crit status hybrid, it's certainly much more of a crit weapon though, and you want to be getting like damaging elements out for the unique traits function. Very helpful? I hope it was. I'm sorry, I'm like 30% here today, so I apologize if that was word vomit and not something that you can understand. It's me today, it's not you. I'm just a broken human today. Nice! I like that, actually. The energy channels that you chose on there, Worm, look really cool. Ooh, very good Oberon as well. Big fan of that. That looks great. Oh, you know what? I like that. I was gonna say maybe darken this blue down a bit, but if I were to darken this blue down a bit, it would only be like a shade. But I do like the way that Ureli looks there, hero. Will, your Pox, Fulmination, Galvanized, Lethal Torrent, Damage, Secondary Fortifier. So I actually like using Enervate on here because it's a crit status hybrid, right? Except for the fact that it has very low crit chance. It's got good critical damage. So I'd maybe recommend going into Enervate on here and go Blast on here. It can end up doing some really funny red crits. Eurokina, Magnetic Rush, Prime Pressure Point, Galvanized Reach, or Prime Reach, Galvanized Steel, Status Chance, Crit Chance, and Electricity. Wow, that's just a better 90-90 plus crit chance. That's really nice. This is giving your crit damage. This is the rest of your crit chance. Yeah, looks good to me. The only thing I could say is maybe switch out, instead of Prime Pressure Point, Condition Overload, because you have such high amounts of status effects here. And you can set with Influence here, get some good damage out of it. So maybe swap that out for Condition Overload. Otherwise, I like the rest of your build. Your Nidus. Hey, Shu, how you doing today? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Larva Burst, personally. I just don't like it. Not a big fan. It's not that it's bad, it's just a personal preference thing. So I would switch this out for probably the stacks, increasing your stacks to 300. But it's up to you whether or not you want to do that. But you did get rid of the link, so never mind. Where are you getting your health from? Archon Vitality. Grace for extra energy regeneration, battery for your energy total. Yeah, it looks good. Or for your health regeneration, my apologies. Looks interesting, I like that. Stir fry of shrimp noodles. Ooh, very nice. In the roast. Dispensary? Why dispensary? The only thing I would say is, maybe if you're looking for energy, I would actually just use Rage or Hunter Adrenaline instead of Equilibrium. Right? Take damage, gain stuff. Take damage, gain energy. Health conversion for dispensary. Do you not have a companion with synth deconstruct on it? I usually find that that's enough health orbs to keep health conversion going. Usually. But again, personal preference. You do? Okay, fair enough. Seti Lacera. Yeah, I don't know much about the Seti Lacera, unfortunately. I probably wouldn't run Candace Mandible here. You'd be looking at, like, your usual status-based build, right? It can go into the crits, but it's much more of a status-inclined weapon. And it does come with electricity-based, meaning that you can, of course, lean into the influence shenanigans. So, like, Condition Overload, you don't really care for more range because it's got so low follow-through, but maybe more range if you do the influence shenanigans would be good. And then attack speed, or... Oh, you got the attack speed there. Condition Overload, range, elements, or go lean into the crit side there. Carnage is just for the status chance? That's fair. I would probably just throw on Weeping Wounds if you're looking for just status chance. Ooh, that's kind of cool looking. I like that. I would maybe tone down the white a shade or two. But it does look good. Nidus is first affected by cast speed? That's a great wiki question. I cannot recall. Physical damage these days after the update? No, not really. Most people build into the elements. It's, sometimes it's worthwhile building into IPS, but usually not. Usually not. Thoughts on the defense changes? Absolutely love them. Bringing them down to 3 waves was kind of what defense needed. How do you send a build? Use my in-game name following the instructions there. Once you have a private message open to me, click link config in chat. And it'll send the build directly to me. The body shot doing something unholy. There's there more strength on this? Just go absolutely insane on the strength values. Does he really need strength, though? He's not really doing a whole lot of damage with his spells. Make your business play. Daddy's getting hot at the body shop. Yeah, I don't think it needs this much strength as I'm running. Doesn't Smite need a lot of strength? Not really, because it's based off of health values, right? Like, what? Baseline 30 some odd. So what? To get to the maximum strength for that, it's probably honestly just a blind rage. Right? Yeah, blind rage does it. Umbral. With like a transient fortitude, that gets smite up to its max for the first hit. The radial damage is obviously different. Alright, so if we were to do like this, what? The body shop doing something unholy. Cunning drift for a bit more range. What's the range on this? The radius is so low on this base. 9-meter base radius. Kind of feels like it's not worthwhile building into that, if I'm being real. Now the question is, do I go more into strength for this? Because I'm thinking this will be like a melee focus build. So Fury, Arcane Strike. And then we could go Endless War, or we could go just good old Wrathful Advance here. think Equilibrium is our last slot here. And then we just play a melee build. Realistically speaking, I don't think we need this extra range. No, we don't need this extra range. We'll take the extra strength. Power Drift. Is Blessing better to use on him if you don't have Umbral Formas? You don't really need to be using the Umbral mods at all here. I just like them. They do give you some significantly more strength and more health, but if you're not really building into sort of this style of him, then you're fine. So I think this is going to be, Wrath / Warcry. So this is our melee focused build, and that's why we're going so high into strength here. Might try Roar on Temple. The only problem is that Ripper's Wail and Roar are in the same class, so you would have to remove Ripper's Wail in order to put on Roar on Temple. Yeah, you're running a lot less range than me. Oh, Dr. Evil, you're running a lot less. Yeah, sorry, strength. Yeah, I'm here, I swear. I'm a real person, I swear. Sort of. Consider removing his 4 for Jade's Eye as well? Yeah, I saw you put Jade's Eye. I'm thinking about that. I kind of like Reckoning, though. For the Health Orb generation. For the passive and for Equilibrium. Less intrusive for armor stripping? Yeah. I hear you. I hear you. I like it for the passive more than anything else. And for the energy regeneration there. Does 2 generate so many universal orbs? Yeah, I'm not. Oh, sorry. I'm not using universal fallout a huge here. A huge amount. Like, I'm using universal fallout on this because we're dealing so much radiation with Hollowed Reckoning, Hollowed Ground, Breach Surge, Smite, and Reckoning, so I'm using it here and using that as our survivability mechanic. Which in reality, it means that I don't need Umbral Vitality. At all. And we just survive through that. And what am I thinking about here if I do that? Umbral Intensify. Hollowed Reckoning. No. What would I want here? Do I want more range on this? I tried more range and I didn't like it having too much range. So, could go more efficiency, but energy's not really that big of a deal here because Universal Fallout and Equilibrium. That kind of solves our energy problems. If anything, I think this actually would be more strength here for this build. So that Breach Surge, Reckoning, Hollowed Ground, and Smite deal more damage. And then we're using Molt Augmented and Arcane Fallout. Yeah, if I was doing, I mean, I'm planning on putting a weapon platform build up here as well. But I'm just kind of like working through, like, Elemental Ward, this is just highly tanky. This is a health tank build, utilizing all of the armor that he has and the health regeneration from his abilities. Because I'll be sitting at, like, what was it, 7,000, 8,000 armor? With this build here. So I want to take advantage of that and play into the more health tanking side. And then Breach Surge is just all caster all the time. So the high strength for Reckoning, for Breach Surge, and for Smite. The armor's not really needed. No, I'm not. I mean, it's there for, like, I'm not playing around Universal Fallout with this build, right? And that's kind of the idea here, is I'm not using that. And purposely not using that. on this build. For the normal build, yeah, like throwing on that would make sense. But for what I'm doing here, I'm trying to not do that and lean into the passive too much. This build, I'm not leaning into the passive. This build, I am leaning into the passive, and that's the idea at the moment. What's the rotation for Breach Surge? Cast Breach Surge, cast Smite, cast Reckoning. 3-1-4, 3-1-4. Keep Hollowed Ground down at all times for the elementals. For the procs. The ride procs to activate Universal Fallout. Normal. Yeah, I feel like I don't need this much range here for the normal build, or this much strength here for the normal build. So I think dropping Blind Rage for this one's the right choice. And then durability or duration, range. Do we want more range? Do we care for more range? I don't know if we care for more range. Don't know if we care for more range or not here. Do we care for more range here? I don't think we do. These actually do like playing around health tanking with the huge amount of armor that we have. I actually don't think I need flow on this build. I don't think we're casting often enough to make flow worthwhile. So I think that opens us up for Streamline on this build. And then Seismic Bond will give us the remainder of our efficiency back. And that'll solve our efficiency problems here. And then Breach Surge. But do I care about... So the Breach Surge build would have energy problems currently. Do we drop Molt Augmented? No. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. How are you? Managed to trick someone into doing alchemy with inverted controls? Oh no. No. You're not Satan's neighbor. You're Satan and you're the neighbor. Thought that was the deal. The sacred silence and sleep. Where in sacred silence and sleep. Is the 60% power strength really going to be that massive for this build from Molt Augmented? Because I think this build wants battery. But I also don't think we're going to have a huge amount of armor there. Let's do this here. Those were all level 1. I got very confused. I got very confused. Yeah, so with this build, because... See, and that just does stuff like that. Where it's just very funny. The amount of armor that we're getting from Reckoning, I think, is enough for battery, so we can lose the blue shards on this one. Hollowed Reckoning grants more armor, and so does regular Reckoning. So between those two, that gives us our energy for battery. Universal Fallout for the survivability, Equilibrium for our energy sustain, and then the high strength values for Reckoning, Breach Surge, and Smite's damage output. I think that's the idea here, and then if you want to go Mark for Death, then you just use Mark for Death instead of this. No. This one. The caster build is playing completely around Universal Fallout for the passive. That's what this one's for. And the idea behind it. So battery here between Hallowed Reckoning and this, and just I have 550 energy, but I'll be losing 150. So I have 400 energy without it, and then what? That'll put me at 1,000, so minus 150, so 940. 940 energy. I think should be enough. Yeah, okay, so I think that's where we're going. Equilibrium shards, yeah, well, I think battery is the better option here. It just gives a lot more energy. So I don't think we need energy shards on this build. I don't think we need energy shards on this build. No, we do need energy shards on this build. We don't need energy shards on this build. So we can go fully into the radiation increasing ability damage. Shards. Yeah, so Smite is to activate Breach Surge to make it do more damage. Right? So, let's lose our Nautilus. Is the idea behind what we're doing. So, group everybody up. Breach Surge, Smite. So that it makes the That is not as good as I was hoping it would be. Is it because armor? Yeah, it's because armor. Right, and that's kind of the idea that I'm leaning towards. Breach Surge and Smite casting, big damage output, use the Nautilus to group enemies. That type of idea, and then we'll be putting on a bunch more. And this is more like squad survivability, right? It's meant to be sort of a support caster because of the universal orbs, more than like a damage caster, right? Is kind of the way I'm leaning towards it. And then Elemental Ward, this is just like a classic health tank build. Renewal, armor, health, all that jazz. Realistically speaking, I don't think we need Bellicose here. We could just go battery instead on this build too. And I think that's probably the smarter choice, because then that means we can... So what I try to do is I try to make all my builds have the exact same shard loadout, so that if someone's like, oh, I want to have all these builds on my frame, then they don't have to be swapping around shards constantly. And that's kind of the goal, but with the Breach Surge build, I do have to run a different shard choices. For the Elemental Ward build, it's fine just going all strength or whatever you want. Breach Surge build would want to be the radiation increases ability damage. Normal, it would just be whatever. I do think I want more range on this build. I think I do want more range. I think just throwing on a transient or auger reach there for a little bit more range is nice. I think so. And then this is Worth. Worth cry. Oh, how do you spell wrath? Wrath. Oh man, why can't I spell? Oh, that is how you spell it. Oh, all right. On men like him.
back. Pretty excited for getting vacation from next Monday. Gonna be grinding the game. Heck yeah! Notes? That's good to hear. How have you been? Team the man of the two. So this is gonna be Wrathful or Warcry, depending on which you want to play around. Doesn't really matter which of the two you choose. That's why we're going so high strength on this build. And then we got Fury and Strike and Steel Charge. Although I think realistically speaking, I want to put Prime Sure-Footed here. Only because I'm going to probably, because chasing enemies down while meleeing, I'll end up outside of the grass pretty frequently. So Prime Sure-Footed for that, I think, will be nice. Yes, this gives you stats immunity, but I'm thinking that I'll be too busy hitting things, and then I'll, like, lose track of where the grass is, and then get knocked over and be sad. So that's kind of why I'm leaning towards that. Yeah, I don't think I need this much strength on here. I think we can probably lose Molt Augmented. Oh yeah, Protea is wildly powerful. Protea is incredibly strong. And if I want to do more of a weapon platform focus build, do I really care? Like a roar build? It would basically just be this build using a different aura, though. Essentially the exact same thing. Normal. Is armor strip already a weapon platform? It's true. But I'm just sort of thinking, like, would there be any major differences between this and, like, a roar build? And I don't think there would be. Realistically speaking. It's basically going to be the exact same build. Here. All we're really changing here is... Does he have any augments that are weapon boostings? No. No. Reactivate to deal all remaining damage and status and radiation status effects. Increases its duration. No. So he doesn't really have a weapon platforming augment. Well, I mean, Smite Infusion. For the extra rad damage to your attacks. Which then I would replace Hollowed Reckoning with it. With Roar or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, so if we go like that, and then we go... Trying to think if I want to do an Invis build with Evade. And then do like Worthy Camaraderie, Evade, Crepuscular. Hoping I'm having a good day. I'm alright. I'm surviving today. It's definitely just a surviving day today for me.
But that's okay. How have you been? Okay, we don't need prime sure-footed. So we can go power drift because we are playing with roar on this one. So we can go power drift. Isn't caster build with shade just an invis build? No, because with this I want to be using the Cedo to get more status effects out so that my Nautilus will more frequently group enemies. Is the idea behind it. So you use the Cedo to do huge amount of status priming so that you get more kills with more status effects. Manifold Bond to decrease the cooldown on the grouping so that more things get grouped up. For Smite and Hallowed Reckoning and Breach Surge. And then more enemies onto the floor into the area is the idea behind it. Hey NPC, how you doing? Got taught how to squat by a powerlifter? Ooh, very nice. I think Roar, Smite Infusion, 376% more damage. Holy crap. Is there a mastery requirement for the Latum? I believe so. LAE. Yes, requires mastery rank 14. Ooh, nice pellet cannon. That's awesome. Yeah, I guess Gunplat. It just kind of depends on what I want to work with here. For weapons wise or options wise. I think battery makes sense for this one. For our aura, we don't really care about corrosive projection. I guess it's growing power just to feed more power into Smite and Smite Fusion and whatever our helmet is. And then Molta Augmented for even more power strength so that we get Roar up to some pretty impressive levels. Realistically, do we need Molta Augmented? No. Or Umbral Fiber? Not really. Because we'll have Hallowed Reckoning giving us a bunch of armor. Renewal. Or like these three giving us a bunch of armor for Arcane Battery shenanigans. Alright. Yeah, it was mainly for server side stuff. Shoo, nothing important happened, or nothing that they literally didn't tell us anything that changed except for server side stuff. Was their answer? Susumu OP, yeah, it could be quite good. Can it be nerfed in the future? I mean, it already is reduced. NPC. If you watch the short today, you'll see when I pull up the helmet thing, it says altered in for the helmet system. Okay, so one of these builds realistically needs the energy shards. You don't. Realistically speaking, you do. This is the one that needs it. But I feel like a flow here instead of streamline would just solve that problem. For going for the health tank, Ellie Ward. So we can remove the blue shards for this one. We can remove the blue shards for this one. We can remove the blue shards for this one. Realistically speaking, we don't need a lot of energy on this one, so we can remove the blue shards here. But we would be at 265 energy. Alter further? Honestly, don't think so. You need a really obscene amount of power strength to make Noko's helmet hit that level. Unless of course you're using like precision intensify and putting it on his frames 4. But you need like a really serious amount of power strength in order to really go crazy. Streamline and range, you don't need them at all. With Fallout and long range builds, still at mostly plus 1,000 energy the whole mission. Yeah, it's kind of where I'm at. Like I threw flow on this one because I just want that super high power strength to play into the elemental ward. It's getting bellicose up to 56 health, 56% power strength when we take into account everything. So like this build makes sense already. This build makes sense. This build makes sense. This build makes sense. The question is, does this build need blue shards or not? And I think it needs the blue shards. So this build, and this build will be one set of one set of Archon shards. This build will be a different set of Archon shards, and this build will be a different Archon shards. But I could just remove Fury and put on Battery instead so that only the Breach Surge build has different Archon shard options. Is kind of what I'm leaning towards. Because I don't think realistically we need Fury and Strike. Because if we're using Warcry, then we definitely don't need Strike. So I think we can go Battery on this build safely. Battery on this build, Arcane Fury for more melee damage, Steel Charge for more melee damage, and either Wrathful Advance or Warcry as our helmet. Is, I think, where we're going to go. Here. And then this is Roar, so we got Arcane Battery for our energy. Even though we don't really need energy here. Because it's just getting Smite up, removing armor, and maintaining these. And maintaining these is kind of solved from a few different things. We're also, our efficiency levels are going to be a little bit higher because of that one bond mod. Seismic Bond. And then Smite Infusion just to give us some more weapon damage. And Roar. But where are we going to put Roar? Realistically, I think we're putting Roar over Hollowed Ground here. And then we use Prime Sure-Footed up there instead. We don't have enough mod capacity to do that. Alright. So that's not happening here. So then I guess Roar would go over Renewal. I suppose. I guess Roar would go over Renewal. We could just remove Umbral Fiber here and put something else there. Which may be a better choice. We would lose more strength, though, for that. We would lose 22, and then lose 15 there, so we're losing 37% strength. What does that look like? Arcane Battery, Molt Augmented. What would I put here? Could do Health Conversion. to boost up our armor more through Reckoning. Through its health orb generation. Or adaptation. No worries, Shu, go have fun. Maybe adaptation? Yeah, could go Augur Secrets to regain that 20 strength. Quest carries on. Hey, far beyond the moonlight. That'll give us more strength here. So that's more damage for our weapons, more damage. So the question is, where am I putting Roar on this build? I think, realistically speaking, it's Hollowed Ground. And that's kind of why I was leaning towards health conversion here for the armor for battery. Watching any anime or shows? No, not right now. I usually read manga. I'm not much of a watching manga person. Not much of a watching manga or watching anime. You have very good news. Ooh, what kind of good news do you got? Is EOS by end of 2026? What does EOS mean? End of service? What? It's end of service? That early? The game just came out. That's weird. That's very odd. I mean, listen, like, I'm always down for more competition for Warframe because the devs are very much the type of company that, like, Digital Extremes, is the type of company that will, like, improve based off of competition. That's kind of surprising to hear that it's gonna get EOS that early. Yeah, I don't really think of like a 5th build here. Like, I can't think of another 5th build. Yeah, we'll add it back into the pool, Redacted. That's fine. And we'll roll it a little bit later. Redacted, would you like a Arcane Precision instead? Oh, that was fine, Sophia. But I appreciate the vigilance. Yeah, I don't think I want a 6th build. I don't care. I don't think it needs one. We got health, we got caster, we got normal, we got melee, and we got gun platform. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want Arcane Precision instead, Redacted? Max rank? I just rolled it again on the wheel there. If you don't want the Sevagoth, I can hit you up with that one instead if you like. No, so we Dave and Cardi, in case you were wondering, we have a general thing of cross-promoting or self-promoting other people. You know, you don't go into another restaurant and tell everyone to go eat at another restaurant, you know what I mean? But we were more commenting on the situation than anything else. But we have a general rule, and the mods have free reign to apply the rules as necessary, and then I'll let them know if something was fine in that case. 45,000 of those? Sheesh. Yeah, I agree, Sophia. I guess over hallowed ground for the weapon platform build? Yeah. Yeah, I guess for that one there. Oh. I mean, Chroma is a how much strength can a strength frame get? A strength frame could get strength frame, so that would not be a bad option. He's most likely to get up to that strength value for that, and you can throw it over his fourth ability quite easily, meaning that you could go and precision intensify if you feel like it. Archon, precision. No. There you go. Random question, is 10 stacks corrosive armor, so 14 needed for full strip? That's correct, yes. Which is the reason why people, Umbra recommend, recommend using the non-Archon shards, the non-Tau Forged Archon shards, because it's unnecessary, because 13 stacks doesn't get you to 100% armor strip, but 14 does, so you run 2 non-Tau Forged of those stacks there. You feel weird? Don't worry, Cordy, you're fine. Not even a concern. 100% not needed anymore. That's old thinking. Yeah, it's not needed anymore. But if you want to do the corrosive stacks to do 100% armor strip, it's the 14 stacks that gives you the 100% armor strip. Specifically, 14 stacks. It's not needed anymore as much armor. The importance of doing 100% armor removal got greatly devalued last year with Jade Shadows because they changed enemy armor, how it functioned. Previously, enemy armor values scaled much higher, so you needed to do 100% armor strip in order to actually take advantage of armor reductions. Nowadays, it's significantly less necessary because, as Dr. Evil just said there, enemies have a maximum of 2,700 armor, which gives them 90% damage reduction if you don't have any armor reduction, but if you have armor reduction, then it's easier, it's more impactful. So lesser values of armor reduction are more impactful now than they were previously. You don't need to do it. I like having 100% armor strip on my builds, but it's like not super necessary. Okay, yeah, I think this is the builds. Warcry for now. And then this is either Warcry or Wrathful Advance, depending on what you want to go for. And then you switch out Arcane Fury for whatchamacallit instead for the attack speed if you're not using Warcry. If you're using if you're using Wrathful, then you switch this out for Strike. And if you're using Warcry, then you use Fury. For the normal build, Arcane Battery, Molt Augmented, and then you're good. The Warcry build also got battery, and this build also has battery. So the only build here that's going to have a different shard choices is our Breach Surge build. The rest of these here will all have the same shard choices. And that's kind of what I aim for, is that builds don't require too much difference so that someone could replicate it very easily. And I always overforma because I'm working on stuff and slowly over time work on stuff. You just sense person? No, don't worry about it, Cardi. You're all good. I totally get it. We're not mad at you. It's all good in the hood. You, not even a concern. But do what you got to do for you. I totally get it. Yeah, I think this is the builds here. Yeah, I think this is where we're gonna go. America. This is a great song. Hey, Cool King. Yeah, I think that's where we're going with this build. Rune, what you got? Recurrent effects. What should you do to improve this, to play on other frames? Toxin, crit chance, minus status duration. Minus status duration's fine for a negative in this case. Corrosive cold, primary deadhead, cryo rounds. Okay, so this is your neutral damage, crit chance, crit chance. It's a crit status hybrid, so that's good. Well, not really much into the status, but the crit side's fine. Shred's giving you fire rate and punch through. This is giving you your toxin for your for your corrosive here. And then, so one thing that you could do on here, you got Deadhead currently. You could swap this out for primary frostbite. Because you got cold here, right, through your cryo rounds, which I would use as 60-60 cold if you have it, or primed cryo rounds if you have it. Rather than regular cryo rounds. Because the extra multi-shot and the critical damage will be really nice on here from primary frostbite. But I like what you got here. Looks pretty solid. Will weapons work on Loki? With the way that I play Loki, kind of any weapon. I play him as a weapon platform, so just throw on whatever weapon you want to use. Okay, so you're doing the shield tank shenanigans. Rapid resilience. The status duration? Okay. Aegis from our shield tanking and shield gating. You know, I'm not a big fan of rapid resilience personally, but I do know why you're using it. I would just use Rolling Guard instead. Personally. For the pure status cleanse. Rather than a chance at getting it removed. Or status duration. Sorry, not chance at getting it removed. I would just run Rolling Guard, personally. But it's not like your build's gonna make or break it based off of that, right? This is giving you a huge amount of strength and efficiency. This is giving you some shield regeneration, and then you have these for extra shield gatey, fortune to get that going a little bit more, Omori for your survivability. Yeah, looks all good to me. Oberon Prime. Ellie Ward over the 3. Interesting. Strong power, prime flow. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I would probably say you don't need Rolling Guard here. You got Fallout, right? The amount of radiation effects being thrown out by stuff kind of solves your survivability problem. So you probably don't need Rolling Guard here. Probably either more strength or more range. Maybe some efficiency if you feel like you need it. Ultra survivable. Shield tank Oberon? Lol. Onomori? Lol. Lol. I actually like it. It's kind of funny. Forgot about Rolling Guard. That's another layer of survivability if you want it. Oh yeah, like it's a fantastic layer of survivability. The extra oh crap button's always good to have. Ooh. Beautiful Oberon. I really like that actually. Good choice with the energy channels too. Having that purple cutting through on a few of these pieces looks really nice. And with the ephemera, I actually like that a lot. What's one frame build you recommend to try out, which is fun? Honestly, anything, all of Noko's abilities are incredibly fun. Like, Noko is incredibly good times. EDA when the gas modifier is up for the Hell Scrubs? Yeah, that makes sense. Did I try Mark for Death on Obi? No, I haven't, but I've seen how it functions. It's this exact same build here. Instead of Breed Surge, Mark for Death, Cast Smite. So this is a multi-purpose build here. For that. Okay, I just gotta run to the washroom and run a quick ad break. You know the deal, we gotta run ads so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. See you in a second. And then we'll keep taking a look at people's stuff. Carl, Volt, Vanta Black. Actually, you know what? That kind of looks cool. I think, do you have to use the Fog of War ephemera in order to get that effect? Because if you use like the Aurora for ephemera, that might actually look really good with these energy channels. Give them sort of a glowy effect on top of the sort of Vanta Black there. Just the Void Shell? Yeah, maybe try instead of the Fog of War ephemera, try the Aurora one using these energy channels. Might look cool. Neth, Obi, Triple Umbra, higher duration, high strength, no helmet, multi augmented, fallout, growing power, prime sure-footed. Yeah, it makes sense. Looks good to me. Super high energy, super high health and damage, good strength values. Yeah, it looks nice. I would say you probably don't need Augur Message here. Duration's not super critical for him. So you can swap that out for something else if you feel like it. Probably Equilibrium for energy sustain. Right? Universal Fallout plus this equals infinite energy. When you're using Equilibrium. Unless you got purple shards there, Neff. Pelican, what you got? Ooh, Pody. Ooh, I really like that tealy green color in there. I like that. 2 duration shards and prime continuity. You like the duration on the grass? Yeah, that's totally fair. I'm just someone who's like fine to recast it. Loki, what you got? Safeguard switch, neutron, streamline, boreals, multi augmented. All right, yeah, I see what you're doing here. If you want to be playing more around this, and because of also this, you probably want to be running higher duration on here. Like, I would drop Boreal's Hatred for more duration stuff. Hey, Siren. That would get you more null stars. That would get you more duration on your switch teleport safeguard switch. Like, these two here, I would say, are probably not super necessary. Actually, these 3 here, and I would switch out adaptation for rolling guard because you're going to be living through your invisibility. And then rolling guard just gives you a little bit of extra sustainability. Yeah, Archon Vitality was the other thing I was about to mention with these 2 shards here. For Neutron Stars, extra damage. So yeah, I would throw on Neutron Stars, or Archon Vitality, and some more duration on here. That's your only duration? There's a few other duration mods, right? Constitution, Narrow-Minded. You don't probably want to be running Narrow-Minded on there because you want to have at least some range for null stars. Like, even 100% is perfectly fine. You see to shoot me a private message in game, Siren. Augur message, Constitution are two other good choices on there. Probably what I would lean towards. Cherry, what you got? Degath. A melee Degath, eh? Over the one? Okay. Using the Spectral Spirit Augment so that your damage, your abilities, and your damage while Grave Spirit's active will activate Doom. Do you send me a friend request? Nope. Just gotta open up a private message to me. Which, if you're unsure how to send a private message, it's just this. With my name spelled properly. Like that. Hey, Ace, how you doing today? Oh, my lord. Oh, my lord. Hold on. Let me just do this properly. Spet, bop, Zenosfire. Tired, but you're resting? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I'm managing the best I can today. Today is definitely one of those, survivey days today, you know what I mean? You're in European server? Doesn't matter. Don't matter. Yeah, I like this a lot, Cherry. The only thing I would say is maybe instead of mold efficiency, swap out mold efficiency for blessing, so that you have some health values to work with your adaptation. That's the only thing I would say here. I also don't think you need this much duration. Although having extra duration for Grave Spirit is nice, and having more duration here is nice, but I don't think you need both of these. I would probably say drop Constitution for more power strength, so that you can get Wrathful Advance's damage up more, and also Doom's, never mind. But, you know, maybe a little bit more power strength on here might do you well. That's my only thought, Cherry. Okay, I think that's OB solved. Moving on to the other frame I wanted to do a little bit of work on. Bjorn! How you doing? This was going to be a Thero Strike build. So we need to have some range. We're gonna grab this one. We're gonna copy this one over here. Your kitty isn't feeling great? I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, let's drop this. Now the question is what are we replacing for Thero Strike? What are we replacing for Thero Strike here? What are we thinking? I'm thinking of getting rid of Thurble for Thero Strike, like a psychopath. I'm thinking removing Thurble for Thero Strike. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. 300% critical damage, not including these two. That is hilarious. That is so much. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Is Archon Stretch going to be enough energy, though, for this? Realistically speaking? We're going to be spamming Thorough Strike fairly frequently. I think we go like that. It's a lot less strength, though. But we do have 125 here. Now that I'm thinking about it more, I think we need to remove Condemn. Because Penance is just too good. Right? The fire rate and the reload speed is just really, really nice. Yeah, I mean, like, I remove it for a few of my builds. Like, Evade, you don't really need energy all that much. Because you're just invisible, and with Lasting Covenant, these two of the abilities are things that you're not recasting. So with that build, it makes sense. However, thinking about it here, I think realistically speaking, putting it over Condemn makes more sense. And then just playing like a health tank hero with Penance, Thorough Strike for our health, survivability, and adaptation playing into that. And then play it more as a health tank. Let's give it a quick run.
Is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support.
Oh, you know what? No, we need to keep... I just thought of that. We need to keep it. We need to keep Condemn. So, it's for the 4 months. Thank you so much. How's it hanging? Not too shabby. How you doing today, dude? Today's one of those, ye old seasonal depressions kicking my butt. But we're managing. Oh shoot, working on a big project with work? I just really like Penance. Now, my Archon Stretch isn't being activated because I didn't have coolant link on my companion. Greetings from the farm. Oh, hi. How you doing? Do I like tennis? Not really. Tennis has never really been my sport. Hey Mika, how you doing? Yeah, I mean my energy is ooh, planting garlic. Ooh, jelly. I think that we need to get some more duration on here. Wall running got added into the game early? Oh, look at that. Huh. Wait, isn't that just regular wall jumping? Isn't that just regular wall jumping? Huh. Weird. Aim glide and melee as you touch the wall. Oh yeah. That's weird. Yeah, I think actually if I had a companion giving me energy or activating Archon stretch, this would be fine. If we had a companion activating Archon stretch, this build's fine. But even then, I'm not having any energy problems here. Ooh, it does feel like I need more range, though. That's certainly the case. The range on this is rather low. Yeah, okay, I think I do need more range on here for the Thero strike build. So let's pop out of here. Definitely feels like it needs more range. How do we get more range on here? That's the problem. I want both more range and more duration. I don't know. What is the base range on this? It's only 13 meters. It's a little bit rough. Definitely feels like it needs more range. All right. What am I thinking? Take me out. Take me out. Yeah, Grendel's a sleeper fashion, absolutely. He just kind of looks great. Now the question is, like, do I get rid of transient fortitude for more range? Do I get rid of adaptation for more range and then just play around with condemn? Like the shield gating with condemn and health tanking with that and that? You don't like transient fortitude? I like it. Like, realistically, I would prefer to have blind rage on here, but then we're having energy concerns. But we could just... But then we're not really getting much out of here. Send me a friend request? Okay, I'll grab it when it pops up here. See, the only problem is penance, right? If I get rid of condemn, then penance isn't gonna have much shields to work with. So, like, I want to keep condemn, and I want to keep penance. Like, the only one here that I really want to get rid of is that. But I need more range. Do we just swap out adaptation for a range mod? Overextended? Go like real hard on range? We lose a lot of strength there, but we do have 125% more strength here. Yeah, Siren, just shoot me a private message in game saying clan invite. That's how it works. So if you want an invite, just shoot me a PM.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive. Give them all warriors death.
What did we do to the build? That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at today. What did I change on this build? I can't even remember. Guardian. Overextended for adaptation. I really dislike getting rid of adaptation. I really dislike that, but this may actually be the build. Frustratingly so. Oh, is that Shinobi's?
Stand by for life support.
Shinobi loves Dark Verse. I think I saw that pop up on my Instagram. Well, so I think, like, just with the amount of healing we have between Theros Strike and Penance, we're, like, not really gonna have survivability issues. But it's just more of, like, adaptation just does so much for Harrow's kit. And that's kind of where I'm leaning at here. Where are the enemies? Hello? Yeah, the blind rage is draining a little bit too much of our energy. This might be time for me to finally figure out how Cool It Link activates Archon Stretch. Finally, might just be time for me to admit it and figure it out. Yeah, because we're generating so much shields from Condemn that, like, we're just doing passive shield gating with it. So, if we can solve the energy problem, then we're fine. No name is good enough? I totally understand. How you doing today? Welcome in. But, like, even then, we're not, like, having energy problems here. Just Zenorich is surprisingly good enough at the moment. Love using my builds? I'm so sorry. They're all terrible. But hey, how you doing today? Welcome on in. Unshrimp your spines? How dare you call me out with the truth. You know what? It's actually a lot more durable than I was expecting, because we just activate Condemn whenever we need the extra shields for shield gating. And then the healing between his Thero Strike and Penance just kind of solves everything. And then you just use these big old shields to do shield gating shenanigans. And we're not, like, really losing out on energy all that much. And having the Nautilus for grouping is just kind of nice, so that when we get everything grouped up, then we hit things with that. Yeah, Vitality's on for the backup for the potential toxin proc showing up. Is really what it's there for. And then also allows Penance and Thero Strike to have something to work with, right? So I think if we do the Archon stretch shenanigans, we'll be fine. For energy consumption, we're not really in any form of real energy concerns here. Yeah. See, because then anytime that our shields go down, we just throw out Condemn to get our shield gating back, right? So our shields are basically just there to buffer. We eat our shields to get Penance up. We eat our shields to get Penance up. And then just use, like Zenorich is actually doing a lot of heavy lifting for this right now. And we're also getting some significant more duration because of Arcane Ice Storm. See, but when we run out of energy, then it starts to become hairy. So I think we just need to be a proper wizard and do the Archon stretch with the Nautilus shenanigans. And that will kind of solve our energy capacity problems. Because the extra, what is it, 120 energy a minute that we get out of that should probably make it all fine. Realistically. Probably. Maybe. Will I be trying Dead Knight's Abyss? Maybe. Don't know yet. Well, you're not wrong, Crafter, but the thing is that I want to be using Theros Strike here for Theros Lethality to play into the big old crits. So, we're not going to be throwing on Knockos here, because we already got a helmet here. But you're not wrong, that would help solve this problem. Nautilus. Manifold Bond, you said? Let's just look up on the wiki. Archon Stretch. Damaging companion ability and a companion weapon mod with electricity. What? Back to Eden, take me back to Eden. Take me back to Eden. Do 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 do. What's the quills for focus? Are you talking about the quills from Zarman? The quills from Zarman are for reputation, I assume is what you're talking about. The void pinions and stuff like that, or are you talking about the quills, the reputation hub? Were those green decorations? Those are all stalker floofs. Need to get it for the upgrades for your other things. Sorry, Siren, my brain's not working well today. Depression causes my brain to not function well, so I'm not, my brain ain't braining right now. But if you do need any, like, specific information like that, I might recommend checking out the wiki page. Do you mean, yeah, oh, that's a good question, Cardi. Do you mean Eidolon shards? Okay, so the Nautilus is still activating Archon Stretch and is activating Skywalker. How you doing? Welcome in. Eidolon shards you get from fighting Eidolons, the big bosses on the plains of Eidolon. And they are a little bit difficult to fight, but they are a ton of fun once you figure out how to fight them. There are lots of guides over on YouTube for how to do Eidolon hunts. I just don't know them. I don't really do Eidolon hunts very much.
Alright, alright.
If we had, oh man, if we just had a little bit more energy on this build, I would be feeling a lot more comfortable. I really should just be utilizing Zeneric's energy well a bit more here, and I'd be fine, I think. Yeah, I mean, I could go into that route. I'm trying to make it so I don't have to adjust shards. I think for like the build video for YouTube, yeah, it would be an equal, like even just one equilibrium shard would be enough. But methinks this is fine enough. We're getting a pretty significant chunk of energy out of it. We're maintaining our energy levels fairly well. And we're basically just surviving through a combination of self-healing and shield gating. But the moment that we run into a Toxin, Eximus, and any form of high-level content is also the moment that we die. Yeah, Archon Stretch really is making the difference. Yeah, okay. That feels better there. Yeah, so like the build for YouTube will be removing one of these for the equilibrium shard, and then using the Nautilus with the coolant link shenanigans for grouping, and to activate Archon Stretch. What's the cooldown on coolant link? 10-second cooldown? What's the duration on Archon Stretch? 5 seconds? No, so we want to keep refreshing that, so that's fine. Okay, cool. Coolivo is the other build I wanted to work on today. Sniper, melee, volatile recompense. This is the caster. And then here. Do I even want to do Theros lethality on here? Does it matter? We need to invest so high in range to do it. I don't think so, actually. I don't think I care for it. Investing that much high into range there. Recommend removing Gloom or Shadow on Sevagoth through the Helminth. Purely depends on your personal preference and the way you want to play. I'm not a big fan of Gloom. I don't like it. So I would put it over Gloom. And I do put it over Gloom. But if you like Gloom for the lifesteal and the enemy slow and the crowd control and all that jazz, then yeah, Gloom would be the one to keep, and then you put it over Shadow. So it just depends on whether or not you like Gloom or not. I'm not someone who likes Gloom, so I have a bit of a different opinion there. That changing to the color panels really messed up my Coolivo. Smoke. Really messed up my Coolivo, actually. There we go, that's a little bit better. Oh, how do you make it so there's no color? How do you remove... a color there. I guess I can just do that, and then go here, and then go there. There we go. What I got for Kulivo build? Type exclamation point Kulivo. And you will see my 4 different builds, I think it is now. Yeah, 4. There you go. Well, it's kind of interesting, Redacted. Using the alternate helmet along with her deluxe skin, or her heirloom skin, and sort of the evil vampire cape. Hornet, is this what we're going for with it? Nice. I don't play that game, but it does look like Hornet. Ooh, Dave, that's kind of cool looking. I like that. The subtle green in there. If this was me, I would add a little bit more green to this color here. Or just something to make it stand out against that black color that you're running as well. You know, that kind of idea. But it does look good. Noko. Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh, Brainy, I like that a lot, actually. Oh, interesting choice with the Signa there. Actually, looks good. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Nice, nice, nice. You have a question. I might have an answer. Why I remove the idle animations? It's because they bother me when I'm trying to look at the fashion or trying to look at my build. Having them moving around in the background just annoys me. It's purely, that's the reason. There's no other reason other than it just bothers me. Like, I just don't like the animations at all. Especially when I'm trying to take a look at somebody's fashion, when the animation's just, like, dicking around with the, being able to actually see the fashion, since we can't rotate fashion like this, to actually take a look at somebody's fashion properly. Oh, we need to change it so that the signed on is matching. There we go. Oh no, it's fine. You can send it however you'd like to. But it's like, especially when I'm doing a fashion frame contest, when we occasionally run those, it just makes it a little bit difficult to make out what the frame looks like when they're doing obnoxious constant movement, right? Just makes it a little bit more difficult. Oh man, I'm in pain. Alright. Do I keep trying today, or do I just call it for myself? Yeah, I'm trying to decide. What's up, Voyage? What be your question? What be thy question? Oh, that's actually really good looking. Kind of works on overguarded enemies. Okay, so it's a little bit weird with Overguard and Divine Retribution. So if you apply the heat effects before casting Divine Retribution, or whatever status element that you're going for. So here, it's easier if I just show you like this.
I didn't tidy up. Sorry. Housekeeping instincts.
Here, just let me show you. My arc gun video? No, I have not. Yeah, so it's to do with so Divine Retribution kind of works a little bit weird when it comes to overguarded enemies because it does affect them but immediately expires. So if you're using a build like Pyrotechnics here, and we'll just grab our summon a bunch of Xmas units. Right, so if we deal the damage first with the heat effects, right? Oh, it's not dealing very much heat effects. But if you activate it, see, it eats the status effects right away. Right? So Divine Retribution can still deal damage to enemies who have Overguard on them, but it automatically expires. See? And that's probably what you're experiencing, is you're dealing a status effect that works with Divine Retribution being Electric Heat or Slash, and then when you do Divine Retribution will activate and then immediately cancel because they have Overguard. So for like 99% of the players, it doesn't function, but if you cast an ability or apply heat effects or apply Slash or whatever, then Divine Spears will activate and go back down immediately. But then that does activate Divine Retribution's bonus damage when you do that. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Because they can't be crowd controlled by the spears, so they get affected by the spears, and then they don't get affected by the spears. It's a little bit of a weird spaghetti code to it. A little bit odd. Alright, yeah, everybody, I'm gonna call it here for me today. I'm not feeling great. I didn't really get a whole lot of time to myself this weekend, so I'm a little bit emotionally and mentally burned out. But let's go drop you off with somebody. We're gonna drop you off over here. But of course, before we go, thank you very much, Zoes, for the 4 months tier 1. Thank you very much, Gypsy, for the Prime. Thank you very much, Dovalat, for the 3 months tier 1. Tosco Losco for the 4 months Prime. Snow Palette for the raid. Dr. Evil for the 4 months Prime. And for everybody else, we're gonna go drop you off with a good friend of the stream. We're gonna drop you off with Reaper. And we'll be back tomorrow. I'll let you all know, I want to be in a good mood for doing the horror game. So if I'm still not feeling 100% tomorrow, but feeling better than I am today, we may just play Warframe tomorrow and then do the spooky stream probably closer into November, unfortunately. But I will let you all know if we're playing Phasmo tomorrow, or if we're playing Warframe tomorrow in the Discord. The plan is currently for Phasmo tomorrow, where I'll be doing solo, I'll be closing the curtains, turning off the lights, having the noises very loud, so it's spooky spooks. And we'll mess around tomorrow. But if not, we'll just play some more Warframe, grind some relics, hang out, have fun. But otherwise, everyone, take care, be safe, be good to each other, go spend 60 seconds, say hi to Reaper, and we'll see all y'all tomorrow. Hope you have a good night. See ya.